I just want to make a guarantee for you here. If you're having a moment where you're like, this sucks, what I want you to do is I want you to get off the call. Okay, like do not reward any attention back here if something is not going well for you. But if it's more of like a this is borderline offensive or I don't know if I agree with this, please bear with it. Okay, because here's the deal. I'm here as a sponsor. I'm certainly here to challenge your thinking. As a coach, I get paid to push. Now I'm not getting paid at all today, right? I get paid to push. I get paid to mess with people's thinking. Very similar to sponsorship or mentorship. I'm here to push. And so sometimes you get presented with something that it's clearly other people have changed their lives, but you're thinking it hasn't changed yet. So, it wasn't a drinking problem that I had, it was a thinking problem. So I'm here to mess with, my sponsor messed with my thinking. Reading the big book messed with my thinking. Going to AA meetings, listening to everybody like it might be a higher power who loves me, trying to tell me stuff about my life that I don't want to hear. Pretending that that's true, that messes with my thinking. So in that way, the opportunity to grow and change is always happening. And I'm a drug addict, alcoholic, like I'm willing to debase myself in order to get a result. I'm willing to destroy my life in order to get a result. So that's what I'm doing here today is I'm willing to listen and interact and play like all out today in order to get new results. That's what we're here to get. New results, okay? If you're here for new results, I want you to get into the chat right now and write new results. Even if you can't think of a result. If you think of a result like I want more intimacy in my life with myself or in my marriage. I want to make more money. I want to have an idea about what my career is, where it's going. I need a sense of purpose. I want better health. Obviously, I want better mental health, spiritual health, physical health, financial health. Okay, what are the things that you're wanting to create? What is your intention in creation today? And if you don't have anything that you can think of outright, just write new results and say, I got an intention around new results. Hop in that chat, new results. I love it. Thank you guys for playing full out. And so that's the invite today is you can sit there, passively with the screen off. And I get that there's internet implications there. So you might want to have your face off, but I ask you to play full out no matter what room you're in to come here and absolutely go for it. Get in the chat when we're asking you to play because we're going to get uncomfortable today. That's what the growth edge is always uncomfortable. Okay, going to your first meeting is uncomfortable. Showing up here today, there might be a little tickle of anxiety, and you know what? I'm excited for it. Okay, I'm here for it. Throw your hands up in the air if you can see me. Even if you got your camera off, throw the hands up if you're feeling the energy or you want to be feeling the energy. Thank you guys for playing full out. Courage, I love it. I'm open. Clarify purpose, intentions, yes. Getting a little better, yes. And for a guy like you, Trent, a little better is probably a lot compared to other people. So the guy that gets up at 5 in the morning to work out every day. Remove self-doubt, new results, fulfilling my mission. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Growth. Yes. Health goals. I love it. All right. Beautiful. Okay. Now we're going to get into the presentation. Okay. We're going to start on the 12 steps. We're going to learn some proven frameworks for sobriety, sponsorship, and success in life beyond recovery. Sponsorship, another word for all of this, by the way, is leadership. The 12th step, all about service, all about helping the next person, and also applying things into my life, having a daily philosophy that I'm trying to get better every day in every way. Okay. And so all of this, you could just say it's about leadership, leading myself. Well, how do I lead myself? Well, I got to know myself first. Okay. And then how do I lead others? Well, I got to know myself and lead myself if I'm going to know and lead others well. Leadership is not about the title that you hold. You might be the boss, but if nobody's following you, it might be because you're not a leader. Okay. And so, but leadership is a skill set, so if you get really good at 10, 11, and 12, your leadership is going to go up and up and up. Okay. So here we go. So I need your full undivided attention. Now I'm going to tell you, if you want to get your phone out to take pictures, please do so. But otherwise, please take notes the old fashioned way. And if you're a note taker and you don't have a remarkable tablet, I receive no compensation. The remarkable tablet, I never have to buy paper again. You plug it in and you charge it and it lasts for like a month. It's amazing. All right. So, take some notes today. They say that if you're going to learn at the highest level where it becomes real and you're actually going to apply, not just waste time here today, but actually apply some things into your life, the best way to do that still is when I am presenting something that you are taking notes, like you're pretending as though you're going to go and teach this seminar next week. And watch out, I might ask you to. Okay. All right. So who is this for? Well, if you're here, it's for you. Okay. It's for imperfect people. No such thing as perfect, right? Perfect is a theory here on planet Earth. It's in computers, straight lines. But you won't find a straight line in nature, right? It's all jagged because we're not optimized for perfection. We're optimized for growth, right? So that's why, it's a dynamic environment. We're dynamic inside. We're dynamic in our environment. The nature is dynamic. Nature's constantly trying to break the roads apart. We constantly got to be repaving those roads because that's what nature is. It breaks apart those things. Okay, it's growth. People who wouldn't be caught dead in an AA meeting, church, or leadership seminar. That's for you too. That's certainly who I was when I first showed up. Okay, and it's a little bit of all those things. It's a little bit of an AA meeting, maybe. It's a little bit of spirituality or religion or church. And by the way, I hated all those things. It's a little bit of a leadership seminar. By the way, I hated those things. But if you love to learn and grow, then that's enough. Beginners in recovery or any part of life, and and if you're intermediate recovery peeps, and if you're spiritually fit leaders in recovery, it's for all of us. Okay, I'm asking you to grow. Even though, I'm coming up on 10 years sober continuously this month, and I still feel like a beginner. Okay. And so there's people here with 4 times my sobriety, and yet they're here. And I'm guessing if they're here, it's because they want to be a student. I talked to my dad last night, 43 years sober, buddy. And he said, I'm a student. He said, I'm a student to the newcomer, to the person that I'm helping sponsor. Like, I'm a student of them, and they're teaching me things. And he literally means that, right? Like, everybody has become his teacher. And I think that's how he got so good at this stuff. All right. So, people willing to put in the work and love the results when they go all in. It's for you. Okay. You're here. You're putting in the work. You're putting in the time. Who is this not for? The, the haters. Okay. Contempt prior to investigation types. Yeah. And so if that's you, please leave. No offense. Okay. If that's you, if you're here to critique me, well, you're going to be busy. Okay. Already. I'm just like screwing things up left and right. Okay. Judgmental people. Okay, recovery, religion, coaching. You'd be surprised how many, judgmental people. Those systems are meant to identify and remove our judgment so that we can live free of our judgment, right? Which is usually very short-sighted. And yet, some of the most judgmental people you will ever find will be in recovery, religion, or in coaching, or in leadership. Okay, and so it's not for those people. But if that is you, if you can identify as judgmental, I know I'm super judgmental still. That's why I keep doing the work. That's why I'm here. I want to get better. Okay, so those who resist structure, reflection, spiritual depth, or investigating, we're going to do those things. Whatever spiritual depth is, if you can hang tight, even if you don't like the God word and all that stuff, like the whole thing about the 12 steps, it's a huge workaround for people who don't want to do that kind of thing and yet still get the results. It works for you too. Okay, folks who want a quick fix, we're going to do some work today, baby. So if you're expecting a quick fix, it ain't going to work like that. Now it's quicker then, or maybe I would say, in my last 10 years, if I was still alive and drinking the whole time, I'm guessing it would have been more work. So it is less work than like drinking and drugging full time for sure. But it's not no work. It is still a lot of work. And sometimes it feels like being out of shape is work. That's hard. Being out of shape is hard. Being in shape is hard. Choose your hard. If you don't choose your hard, you're going to be given the option that you don't choose, and you're going to be kicking and screaming about it and the way that you don't want to be. Okay, so much of this is about choosing your hard. And finally, if you think that our movement of AA recovery or religion is perfect as is, and we can't learn anything from the past, from science, from psychology, from religion, or personal development advances, log off, baby. Okay, if it's already perfect, then go read the book that is perfect, or the thing that is perfect in the perfect translation that is perfect. Okay. All right, so this right here, right now, this is the jab that I want to kind of throw out there at you. Okay. 5 to 10%. This is the percent of entrants, attendance of at least one AA meeting, who stay sober for 1 year. Okay. So if you've been to an AA meeting, like you see new people come in all the time, and they say it's their first meeting and you never see them again. So I'm guessing that's accounting for a lot of the people, right? So 5 to 10% of entrants. An entrant is a person who comes. They just show up. That's it. Now you could come every day, right? But it moves into something called a participant if you come and start to engage. An entrant is somebody who just shows up and they leave. And we've probably all seen those people. Maybe you've tried to chase them out after a meeting or in the middle of a meeting when they leave before the prayer. Maybe you've met some of those people. Maybe you have been one of those people at a certain time. Okay, now this was a comment I got. It says, "Where are you getting these statistics in an anonymous program with no data?" This is from a person who's an amazing long-term recovery person, by the way, watchdogging, some guy on the internet, me talking. I was making a video about the results of AA and how we can improve. And I had all these statistics, but I didn't cite them in the video. And she goes, "Where are you getting these statistics? It's an anonymous program with no data." So you know what, y'all? Like all these things, I took that as a note. Thank you, long timers. Boom. See the bottom of this here? Right there? That is a peer-reviewed study. Peer-reviewed studies, peer-reviewed research, that is the highest standard of scientific credibility. Okay? It's peer-reviewed. So not only do they produce some kind of study, but then their peers like critique the study. Okay? Like so you're putting it out there to be critiqued. All right? So this is now as you see here, right here, these are the guys that made this study happen. Okay? So it is 5 to 10%. This is verified as best as we can guess. Okay? And it's consistent across that 13-year period from 1995 to 2008. Okay, so I don't know what the numbers are now because there is not something more current than this. This is the latest numbers that I have. Okay, now this is interesting. 15% in a study of 12-step versus non-12-step participants, 15% stayed sober at 12 months using other forms of treatment. So this is the highest number. This is from cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT. Anybody ever done CBT? Slash motivational interviewing, finding out what drives a person, which is kind of like coaching, you could say. So that is the second most effective method of recovery from an addiction. And it's about 15%. Okay, that's 15% stayed sober at 12 months, at a year. That's like this, that's the first standard that we're talking about is how do you get a year sober? 15% are getting it through CBT and motivational interviewing. So things other than AA, of course they work. The 12-step fellowship is still the most successful method, and that's what we're going to look at here. In a study of AA, a 12-step fellowship, okay, 22% of participants stayed sober at 12 months. So at a year, 22% of the people who came into AA got sober and stayed sober for a year. And a participant is if they were engaged, they were regular in attendance, they were they sometimes they had a sponsor, and they were actively going to meetings and doing pouring coffee, chairing meetings, things like that. Okay, that seems to match up with where my experience is too. There was another study a couple years before that was 20%. So 22% is pretty consistent across the board. Those are the people who come in and start to play the game. Okay, that for most of us in long-term recovery, that was us. That's how we did it. Now, this is the interesting number. In the same study of AA participants, 40%, double, who became sponsors in their first 12 months stayed sober at 12 months. What? So much for doing the steps, slowbriety, okay, over the course of 3 years or 18 months or whatever, right? So again, I'm all for slowbriety. I did the slowbriety way, but I almost died and drank a bunch of times as well. Okay. So if we're talking about how do we help people who are new, if you are new, if you're looking at this, what does this mean if you're new? I got to become a sponsor. Well, how the hell do I do that? Well, I got to learn the steps and start teaching it. So do not let anybody get in your way. If you want to be in the numbers, peer-reviewed studies here, if you want to be one of the winners, it doubles your chances. That blows my mind. Okay. So when I saw this, it was like it verified everything that I've been experimenting with over the last couple years, which I'll get to here. Okay, so this is something that this is going way back in time. Notice way up at the top there, it says August 1946. The Minneapolis record indicates that 75% are successful in AA. And this was based on, this large group study. It wasn't a scientific peer-reviewed study, but it was an AA study in early AA in 1945 in Minneapolis. And they were reporting they were keeping track of these people, but sometimes a guy wouldn't come back to a meeting, so they wouldn't really know if he was still sober or not. But what they said is 75% of these people were staying sober long term. Okay, and so obviously at 3 months it was lower, and then it goes. The more consistent they are, the more time in sobriety they get, the more time they're gonna get is the idea. So the overall percentage it says in 1943 was 78%, 1944 was 83%. Okay, so that's early AA, and guess what was happening in early AA? Well, they were doing the steps quickly. They were doing the steps quickly. Okay, now this is the gold standard, and then we're gonna be done with the stats. Okay. This is where we're at. This is the honest assessment of where we're at in the recovery movement. Okay. Whether you're just new to the movement or whether you're a longtime person, the recovery movement, 85% of those who reach 5 years sober never relapse again. This is multiple long term studies, peer reviewed studies. 85% of those who reached 5 years sober never relapse again. What they said was sobriety became their dominant personality, a sober personality versus their using or drunk personality, right? Because your personality changes when you do this work, just, in certain ways. It gets moved around. And so when your personality changes enough over 5 years, when you're consistent, that becomes the new baseline. And even if you relapse later, even if you have a drink at 5, 10, 20 years, you're more likely to come back and reestablish sobriety so that that becomes the dominant frame for your life. That's how the frame is how you view life, as I view it soberly. I want to be sober. So this is the gold standard. So how do we get to 5 years and help 85% of people get this thing? Well, the first step is helping them get a year. How do I get a year? Well, how do I get a year? I got to become a sponsor. How do I become a sponsor? Well, I got to learn the steps. And even if you're a person who's against all this kind of stuff, you know that this is going to help. It's still the number one modality. It's the number one method to get sobriety. That's established by specifically with alcohol in the research, by the way, because alcohol has been studied for a very long time now, 50 or 60 years. They have like these huge studies with thousands and thousands of people over, their entire lifetimes now. The drug research is happening now. Okay, they're starting to get into more long-term longitudinal studies, which start to establish a real baseline. We still don't know exactly, the best methods yet, but we know that 12-step fellowships are, as far as we know, that they're one of the most stable ways to get it. We just don't know if it's the best yet because we're still doing research. Fentanyl is relatively recent. Just remember, like 2015, when I came in, I had never heard of fentanyl. I came in at 2016. Okay. And I was out there. I would have liked some fentanyl. Okay. All right. So this is, again, this is one of the pamphlets. So how do you do the steps quickly? This is how they were doing it in the 1940s. This is some of the source material from the book Back to Basics, which changed my sobriety. It changed my sponsorship. And what these guys are saying, it was found in Washington, D.C. in 1944, but this is also called the Detroit pamphlet. If you go to silkworth.net, it has all of this research and all the materials from AA in the early days. It's an amazing resource. It's got 4 steps. It got 9-step, anything you want. Yeah, silkworth.net is amazing. So you can find, there's a big archive there. And this is one of the things, this is called the Detroit pamphlet, even though it says Washington, D.C. on it. And what they say inside, right inside the front cover on page 1, I believe it says, so that all 12 steps may be covered in a minimum amount of time, they are divided into 4 classifications. And 1 evening each week will be devoted to the 4 subdivisions. So 4 subdivisions, 4 weeks. You're going to do the 12 steps in 4 subdivisions. You're going to do the 12 steps in 4 weeks. Okay, that's what they were doing. So what we've done is we've just moved them all into one day. And then instead of 4 hours, we're condensing it. We're going to spend 4 hours today, but we're going to really focus on the 12 steps for this first part of it. Okay. So that is what these people were saying. This is early on. This is what was successful in the 1940s in some major cities. And they all had these higher success rates where people were staying long-term sober because they were doing the steps right away as an orientation. So there were basically 3 meetings in most major metropolitan areas in the early 1940s as this movement was spreading. Imagine yourself, you're an alcoholic in 1940. There's no AA meeting in your city. Maybe you're lucky enough to be close to Akron, Ohio, and you take a train because you've heard that there's a doctor there who has the quote cure for alcoholism. And I'm talking about Dr. Bob, right? So you get on a train, probably drunk. You find Dr. Bob's house in Akron. Maybe you fall asleep on his front porch overnight. He wakes up in the morning. He sees you there. It's not an uncommon thing. Or you end up in the alcoholic ward in Akron, which he visited a lot, the psychological ward. But if you've ended up in his front porch, he takes you upstairs. Some of you have been there. I've been to this house in Akron, and you get there, and there's the surrender room is on the second story. He had a four-story house, like a three-story plus a basement. The second story had the surrender room. They'd take you in there. They'd get you on your knees. You do some sort of prayer of turning your life over, which is now what we call the third step prayer. They'd roll you into bed to sleep it off. And then in the morning or later in the day, you'd come downstairs and he had whiskey there. And this doctor would wean you off the alcohol because if you try to quit cold turkey, you can die from alcohol. So he'd wean you off and he would begin writing your inventory. Okay. And he'd be asking you questions. Okay. So who are you angry at? Because your hands are probably shaking because you got the DTs, because that's what alcoholism was for most people back then, because there was no solution. Right. So how did that all happen? So so he's taking you through it in a few days' time. You're, just off of the alcohol, but you've got a new plan. You've got a new idea about you're going to go back to your hometown and you're going to make your amends. And Dr. Bob in the book, it says he made all of his amends in one day. He started in the morning and he came home at midnight. He made all of his amends in one day. So you go make all of your amends and then you start going to the alcoholic ward, because there was one in every major city, the psych wards, the alcoholic wards, the asylums. And you'd go and say, hey, do you have a drunk here that I can work with? And they're like, boy, are you going to be excited. We got nothing but drunks and addicts for you to work with. Okay. And then that's how you started your meeting, is you sponsored someone into the meeting. That is how movement has spread. Okay. That is how this movement has spread. That's wild to me. So when you're feeling AA or the 12 step rooms, they become an institution, which is when I don't feel right, I go to a meeting. In the 1930s and 40s, if you didn't feel right, you had to go help somebody. Okay. And that you had to go be a sponsor. You had to go practice the 12 step right away. So do not be afraid of practicing this stuff right now. Even if you don't know what an inventory is or how to make an amends, we're going to cover that today. And you're going to get hooked up with somebody here that you can stay connected with while you go and do these things if you've never done these steps before. Okay. Who's still with me? You guys still with me? Still feeling the energy? Still feeling the aliveness? Okay. Now, love it. Thank you for being, I love the people getting it fired up in the chat over here. Okay. Now, okay. This is such a huge idea. I'm excited about this. Okay. All right. So the core of the AA program, the core of the core of the 12 steps is about applying a standard into your life. Okay. You're applying a standard into your life. And these specifically these four standards. Okay. If you raise your standards, you're going to get new results. If these standards for your thinking, standards for your speaking, standards for your conduct and behavior. Okay. So and I would also say standards for your emotion. So you have things on the inside that you have standards for and things on the outside that you have standards for, and also called absolutes. Okay. So either standards or absolutes, whatever you want to say it. These are things to help you in your inner world to raise your life up. So this is from something called the Oxford Group, which was the precursor to the 12-step movement. Now, the interesting thing about this is the Oxford Group is still around, but it's changed its name. It had to change its name because it had a person who was in charge of it. The AA doesn't have anybody in charge of it. So notice the difference here. So eventually, while this guy, there was a guy named Frank Buckman, I believe his name was, who started the Oxford Group. And the Oxford Group was it was a Christian group. Okay. So don't log off yet, y'all. Okay. It was a Christian group and it was exploding in popularity all over the world in the 1920s and 30s. And then Frank Buckman, the leader of this thing, these four absolutes that they used, it was changing people's lives. There were alcoholics who were able to get sober and stay sober by going to these Oxford Group meetings. Okay. And it was this movement was happening, and it was Christian, but there were a lot of atheists and agnostics, alcoholics, who were showing up there, and they would say this, well, so what? It works. It doesn't matter what it works. And of course, Christianity was a little bit more popular back then or whatever. There were less scandals at that time than there have been maybe lately in the last 20, 30 years. So these four absolutes, this Frank Buckman guy kind of discovered these were the principal character traits of this fella Jesus, right? The main character from, I think it's still the world's biggest religion. the most populous religion. So the main character, the guy that most people don't have a problem with Jesus, his followers, they I know for me, I've had ups and downs with that stuff. I've investigated it. I've been a Christian, those sorts of things. But this Frank Buckman guy was like, I found the key. If we just start practicing these character traits, whether or not Jesus was real, whether or not God is real, any of that BS or potential BS, if we practice the character traits of honesty, purity, unselfishness, and love, don't be scared by these words. We're going to translate all of them, by the way. If you practice these things in your principles, in your inner world, in your thinking, if you measure your thinking and your actions against these things, your life's gonna change, and you're gonna have this whole new experience. You're gonna get this whole new directional system where your life is now gonna be guided and shown to you. You're gonna be more healthy and clear mentally, emotionally, physically, and in your life than ever before. And that's what the results were. People were having this experience all over the place. But Frank Buckman praised Hitler. Womp womp. Frank Buck, because he's the leader of this organization, and I don't know if he actually liked Hitler, but he was trying. Hitler was against the spread of the Oxford group in Germany, and Frank Buckman was saying things to try and get Hitler to change his mind. So he praised Hitler, right? And so when you have somebody in charge of the organization, this is the type of stuff that can happen, right? That's why there's nobody in charge of AA today, right? It's run at the local level with a group conscience. Like each meeting is autonomous, right? And we just use principles that kind of, and steps, and every meeting can do their own thing, right? So, but these four things are become the core of what the fourth step is, and later on what the daily 10th step is. These are the four things about how to measure yourself. And so this word purity, it becomes resentment or forgiveness. Okay, so the word purity is coming from a Christian movement, right? So one of the Beatitudes, when Jesus gave the Sermon on the Mount and kind of said, here's what I think you should do. One of the things he said, blessed are the pure of heart, for they shall see God. And he was talking about ridding yourself of resentment, ridding yourself of unforgiveness. That if you're carrying unforgiveness, it toxifies you. If you're carrying vitriol for someone else, your experience within, you're going to be walking around saying all these negative things, and your mind, your brain, your body doesn't know that it's about somebody else. It assumes it's about you. Quote unquote, said Jesus. Okay. So pure of heart is, if you get pure of heart, if you rid yourself of this toxicity, of this unforgiveness, which is toxic resentment, the number one offender, as the big book calls it, then you will see God. That's what Jesus says. Okay. Now, so the funny thing is these four absolutes, if you go to a Cleveland meeting or an Akron meeting, these four absolutes are likely to be on the wall because Dr. Bob really loved the four absolutes. He didn't think that AA should be its own thing. He thought it should stay in the church. When the Catholic Pope issued, I forget, he issued an official statement saying that it would be good if Catholic alcoholics didn't go to the Oxford group because it was in Protestant churches. And then, Bill kind of needed an excuse to make it his own thing. And he said, okay, well, now we're going to be our own thing. We're not religiously affiliated. We're not a denomination. So he removed it from being a Protestant movement. But Dr. Bob pushed back and said, well, you should just make everybody convert. Because Dr. Bob was like a real Christian. He was like a real Midwest Bible beating Christian. So he thought that Christianity, that Protestantism was the way to go. So, and that maybe this would be a way to promote Protestantism. Okay. So, if you go to those meetings, you'll see these four absolutes on the wall around the Akron area. Interestingly enough, if you go to a meeting almost anywhere else on the planet, you probably won't see them because it didn't scale. Okay, so it wasn't something, if an alcoholic walks into a meeting, an addict walks into a meeting, sees absolute purity on the wall, they're like, I must be in the wrong spot. Boop, boop, boop. Right? Okay, I'm never going to get there for me. Okay, where it's more about forgiveness, purity of heart. Okay, now. Okay, so, and what the Oxford group, and Back to Basics, this is what I found in Back to Basics and facilitating Back to Basics over the last year plus, is they chunked it down into these 4 evening sessions. If you go to 4 of these sessions, these 4 sessions, and learn these 4 meta principles, surrender is steps 1 through 3, sharing is steps 4 through 7, amends is steps 8 and 9, and guidance is steps 10, 11, and 12. When Bill wrote the 12 steps in the big book, it was the first time that they ever been really laid on paper. People were doing kind of their own thing, but it was roughly speaking in these four areas: surrender, sharing, amends, and guidance. So notice that these spiritual principles are also actions or attitudes. So if you have an attitude of surrender, that is apparently going to help you have surrender alcoholism and have a better, swap it out with something better, surrender your addiction. And maybe, as we're going to learn here, step one is all about you're already surrendered. You're already good at surrender. Okay. You might not be good at sharing yet. That's a skill that you can improve on. I'm really good at dishonesty. Honesty is the skill that I started to learn in AA, mostly through you people. You would share in these meetings and I would go, they're talking about getting a DUI with their kids in the car. Like, and I would judge it because I'm like, I don't have kids. That's crazy, but that helped me to raise my game, raise my standard of absolute honesty of like, I liked how I felt when I heard that. It made me feel like, wow, I think I never did that, but I definitely drove drunk all the time. I was probably driving drunk in the car next to him. Maybe I shouldn't judge her so harshly or him so harshly because I was doing the same exact thing. If I had had kids, I probably would have done the same thing. So now all of a sudden that element of honesty allows me to join, allows me to start hearing those shares and maybe start to make my shares on my own. And when I get to start sharing, this word amends, it means to change. I start changing when I surrender. I start changing when I start sharing, swapping the good and the bad in and out. Okay, I start to swap out my inventory of the stuff that I'm not really approving of, right? And I start to change. Amends means change. I start to change internally. And then in the program, it's like, now you're going to go demonstrate that change externally and you're going to make amends with people that you've harmed when you were sick. And it's going to help you reinforce your wellness. And if you can make these amends, boy, one of the hardest things in the entire world is making an amends. And if you can do that, you can probably do just about anything in the rest of your life, including not just paying off debts and making amends in that way, but also perhaps making the world a better place and making your life better, practicing these principles in all of your affairs, getting your bank account in order. You know, I don't know what was harder, like, getting in contact with the IRS and starting to get my 7 years of back taxes paid off, or, talking to my old hockey coach and telling him, that I had slandered his name quite a bit and I had tried to defame his reputation. Those were really hard things for me, but walking through those things, like now, instead of paying debts more often than not, I get to make investments now. But that same skill of, if I can pay off a debt, it means I can have the same discipline to make an investment. And that's both literal and it's also symbolic. Okay. All right. Who's still with me? Anybody get that? Is that a mind-blowing thing for anybody else? That's mind-blowing when I came across this. Okay. So now, why am I qualified to teach this? I'm not even 10 years sober. Again, so many people have more time than me here. Well, this guy right here, that's my dad. So he played hockey at DU. I ended up playing hockey at DU later on. But he's 43 years sober. He just picked up 43 years, and I'm 42 years alive and coming up on 10 years sober. So and he's a guy that a lot of you know him. He goes to 2 meetings a day usually. He sponsors in between 2 or 3 people a day at times. And he is an AA historian. I actually read AA books before I ever even started having a real bad drinking problem. When I was a teenager and stuff, I would read AA books with my dad, and he has helped educate me. That's part of it. But also, I've been privy to perspectives and permissions that most young sober people don't get for decades, right? I get permission because, if you know my dad, you get this, and he laughs every time I say this, but I know that long timers are full of shit, right? And he could be drunk. He could be a drunk and full of shit, and he can be sober and full of shit. I don't know if the full of shit option is, he's like way less full of shit day by day, but we're all full of shit. And he really serves his ass off. So would I rather serve no one and be full of shit, or serve a bunch of people and be full of shit? I don't know if the full of shit option is negotiable as much, but I can serve. And I know that that's the best set of neurochemicals that I found. I haven't graduated to sainthood. I found a better set of neurochemicals. Okay, now here's the real reason why I'm qualified to teach this. I was a horrible sponsor. The worst. My first sponsee that I got all the way through the steps, I got quote unquote, geez, like just to hear the language there. The first guy that made it all the way through the steps under my sponsorship, he nearly died one night, fell and hit his head on a one-night relapse. nearly bled out, but went to the emergency room. He was okay. Around that time, another guy from another meeting that I knew fell and hit his head, and he died on a one night relapse. And he had been sober off and on for a couple of years, I think. And just the timing of that messed with me because the guy, my sponsee, called me the night before, and I was on the couch with my new uh, bride to be, Katie, my now wife. And sobriety had brought some gifts, and I was like, "This is cool. I'm not getting any of these guys through the steps anyway. I don't need to answer this call." And I didn't text him back. And after calling me, like I asked him to do, he went out and drank and hit his head and nearly died. So I said, "Okay, look, I know." And people were like, "Zach, you're gonna make mistakes, but you're still sober. Sponsorship is about keeping you sober." And I go, "Got it." But also, I was doing my best. I couldn't say that, 10 years ago. I was a perfectionist. But at this moment, it was, I was maybe 3 years sober, 2.5 years sober. And I was like, okay, I was doing my best. And also, I need to do better. I want to do better. I want to grow. I have to grow. And I became obsessed because I have this kind of energy and I love to help people. I love AA. I was having all these spiritual experiences right off. I never really had those. I had these huge spiritual experiences. I'm sharing about it in the rooms. I'm going to 2 or 3 meetings a day for my first year and a half of sobriety. I have this energy. So people are attracted to that. People are asking me to sponsor. And then I'm reading the book with them over the course of a year. And we don't get past the first chapter or two before they bug out. So nobody's getting through the steps because that's how I was shown. And that's what everybody says. Do how you sponsor others, how you were sponsored. Well, what I found is it wasn't working for me. I was getting asked all the time and I felt like such a phony because I didn't have the relational skills to tell. What I do now is I tell them, don't call me at night because I'm going to be busy. You can call me if you want. I might be able to get back to you. But what you need to do is you need to get phone numbers of other new people and other people who shares that you love. Call those people. I've got a lot of extenuating circumstances. I've got a wife and 2 little kids, and I've got a business that sometimes runs in the middle of the night or runs at those hours. So if you call me and I don't answer, you need to have 20 other numbers that you can call and get somebody on the phone. Don't rely on me. This is your recovery, not mine. I'm here to train you to be a sponsor. I'm here to take you through the steps and show you what the 12 steps are and initiate you into the actions of the 12 steps so that you get it and you can do it on your own. And then you go teach the next guy. And that's how this movement started. And that's how this thing, and these people come alive. I'm like, you're going to raise your hand to sponsor in possibly a week or two. Okay. Now they know you might go a year before somebody actually approaches you and says, okay, let's do this work. And in the meantime, after you go through the steps with me and get the orientation, then find another person and go through it long form. Go through it the way that it's currently being done, but get the orientation first and start raising your hand to sponsor. That's what I say to everybody. Okay. And what I found is all of a sudden I went from getting 0 people through the steps. I read back to basics and started, and that gave me the permission, the history of it, that this is literally how they used to do it back in the day. And all of a sudden people started to fly through the steps and, and they're getting enough of it, but they see how it all works together, which you're about to see that, right? It works together at a very high level. It makes total sense, but nobody had connected as good as my sponsor was, as amazing he was. I was his first sponsee that he got all the way through that. Right. And so it took me getting outside of AA and seeing what was working for other people changing their lives to go, oh my God, we're all doing the same thing. Okay. So back to basics was that first route. All of a sudden, all these people started to get through the steps. In 1 year, I actually took count because I'm an asshole. Okay. And I went back and I have a calendar in my phone now because I have a wife and she's busy and she had a calendar. She's like, you need to start using a calendar. Cause I was like, an ADHD alcoholic. Like I don't keep track of this shit. I just go to a meeting and everything figures itself out. So I started plotting, so I said in my calendar, I set an appointment with these guys. When they come and ask me after the meeting, I go, okay, cool. I get out my phone because I know if I don't do it right then, I'm not going to do it over text. And I get an appointment with them right then. I get their phone number. Okay. I don't give them my phone number and then run away hoping they never call. I get their phone number because I've been in sales. Okay. And I text them so they have my phone number too. And I tell them, get other numbers. Be good if you started reading the book. And what we're going to do is we're going to have a life-changing conversation on Tuesday at 9 a.m. And it's going to be over the phone because I've gotten babysitting to go meet newcomers and they don't show. And then I'm out $50 or whatever. Right. And so I've paid to get hung out to dry. And I found it works. And I text them the night before and I say, hey, still good for tomorrow at 9 a.m. And they say, yes. And then I call them at 9 a.m. And if I call them 3 minutes late, I apologize profusely. And I tell them how important it is that we don't break the respect, and that I'm dangerously close to breaking the respect. That if they ever felt disrespected, it can break the whole thing. And I'm horribly sorry that I'm being a poor leadership and a poor steward, and I'm wasting your time, your 3 minutes. And that might, if I might have one time that I can do that without losing them. But if I do that, if I say I'm going to call you at 9, I call them at 9, they answer. And then I say, okay, we're going to have a life-changing conversation. And then I explain what the 12 steps are. And then we start working the steps and we get through it as fast as we possibly can. And then after we get through 4 and 5, I go, cool. It sounds like you're kind of getting this now. Can you show this to someone else? And they'll go, oh, well, and I'm like, yeah, yes or no. Well, I guess I could if I had to. Cool. So yeah, just start raising your hand to show steps 1 through 5 to somebody else. And if you need, and now this is going to be on the internet. And if you have any issues with that, go check out this resource or whatever, text me and we'll connect. And that's it. It's just start. And then we'll keep working on your steps 6 through 9 and making your amends. And and as we're doing, and I'm like, yeah, and how I'm talking to you about this stuff, you can talk about this too. And also, I would highly recommend you go find another person who you really love in the meeting and really get their wisdom, and then read the book with them over the course of the next year or so. So you get a really more deep dive. Let them show you their 4th step. We're gonna do the back to basics 4th step. Okay. So, so these are the types of things that I had to start doing because I was obsessed. I was terrible at sponsorship. I had zero, and I hear so many people who struggle with this. So that's why I'm doing this. I'm the asshole who's like, I don't want others to struggle. Okay. Like, and I know, and it's not like a competition. It's like, this is just what happened. And also I started a business where I was only having 1 or 2 clients a week. I was a terrible business person at first. So I had a ton of time and I made this deal with God. I was like, I was in a coaching business, which is a lot like mentorship and sponsorship. And all of a sudden, I was like, well, just send me people and I'm gonna treat them like they're my paying clients. And I had that sort of attitude. And all of a sudden, again, I can't pull that out and say, this other stuff is what got them through it. I treated them like they were the clients. I treated them like they were paying clients. So that in my head, I was readying myself for this call that I felt God put on my life. Sorry if that's too gaudy, okay, but to be a coach and to go help people and to take this skill set that I learned in AA and that I was already doing as a hockey coach in the world and go take it and help other people. Okay, so speaking of that, I had this lighthouse moment at a Tony Robbins seminar almost 7 years ago. Somebody gave me, I was newly married. I had moved 4 times in 2 years. And I'd switched jobs. I left a 6-figure job that I got in my 2nd year of sobriety. I'd left that because I realized it wasn't right for me. And I was starting to meditate. I felt sick and I was meditating and I was like, oh, I never liked my career. I never felt good about it. And so I became a substitute teacher for a year, which is hard to do at any time in life, probably. And, I had been like this 6-figure person. Now I'm doing substitute teaching. And I was like, dang, I'm gonna dig in here. Okay. Anybody identify with that type of feeling in life? Oh, and by the way, I was married. I was newly married. Okay. I think I was 3 years sober. Yeah. So I was brand new. I had a marriage all of a sudden. So all of a sudden I started getting these, okay, this isn't the career for me anymore. Now I got to go find a new career. Okay. God, I guess you're going to show me that. Remember guidance is that 4th meta principle, steps 10 through 12. I'm practicing 10, 11, and 12, like feebly, but in trying, oh, hey, I've never liked how I feel in my finances or in my career. Is that what you want for me, God? I'm okay if that's what you want. Like, I don't deserve it, but if you want something other for me, then you got to show me because I'm like 17 steps ahead and I'm too smart. You got to hit me right in the forehead with it or I'm not going to get it. All right. And all of a sudden, like things started showing up for me. So I had all this crazy change happen those first couple of years. And somebody bought me a 2-for-1 ticket to a Tony Robbins. And I had a lighthouse moment, which is this. I'm in LA Coliseum with 15,000 people, and I'm in the cheap seats at the back, like 3 football fields away from this 6'7" giant man named Tony Robbins, who is the #1 coach trainer in the world, right? He's a billionaire now. He's become a billionaire helping people. He feeds 1 billion people a year. He's like this wild man. And I had a lighthouse moment where I was like, shit, I think I'm one of those. It's like going to my first AA meeting and I'm like, shh, when I needed it, when I actually could hear it, I was like, oh shit, I think I'm one of these people. It was a lighthouse moment. It showed me something. It showed me the rocks. It showed me the passageway forward. There's a lighthouse moment. And I was like, okay, I get it. People who were sitting next to me, I had this AA skill set, and the people sitting next to me, some of them were millionaires sitting in the back row. And we interacted at these seminars, and they were like, "Well, Zach, I came for Tony Robbins, but you're the one who changed my life." And I was like, well, I'm no life coach, man. Like, I'm a mess." And they're like, "Yeah, yeah, can we work together?" And I was like, I'm gonna go back to my substitute teaching job." you know? So I didn't know what to do. So I had these lighthouse moments, right? Maybe those are happening for you everywhere, right? And oh, I love all their comments, by the way, in the chat. Yeah, if you want to stay active in the chat, boy, is that good for you. Okay, so then I became successful in sales. I was working a construction job at that point, talking with millionaires about their businesses, and these people were often not straight A students, and and all of a sudden I just started to have these. I like these people. They reminded me of athletes. They reminded me of me. That they didn't have it all figured out. I thought millionaires had it figured out. They had like one thing figured out, and they were just trying to go for it. They had these dreams that they were acting on, and I was like, oh, that's like we got a dream. Okay, and these people are actually doing it, and they're not smarter. That some of them were like C students. I was straight A student, and then ran my life right into the ground after school ended. Right, and so some of these people they're crushing it, but but they need help and they need support. I'm mixing with people who are successful in these other areas, and I'm like, shit, could I be one of those? I don't know. And um then I started a 12 step principles podcast. And listen, y'all, before you judge me, it was COVID. COVID was wild times. Okay. I started a 12 step principles podcast. So now I'm learning the principles and I memorized the principles because we did 12 1 hour shows. And I was kind of carrying a lot of the water because I cared more about it than the other guy. So I was making all the presentations, and I was starting to memorize the principles and in the order and everything. And the principles started to really fuck with me. It was like, whoa, there's this new power coming off of these principles. What the hell is this stuff? This is crazy. Okay. And then I went to counseling classes at seminary. I was trying out Christianity, and I went full boat. I thought I was going to be a counselor. I was like, I think I need to go help people, but I think I need to get a degree. I don't have credibility. I need to go and learn more, modalities and methods to help people. And I got there, and it was confirmed, like the people in class with me. I'm not saying I was a college professor, for the love of God. I had more in common, I felt like, with the professor teaching it, because there's 45 people in this class, and they hadn't done the inner work yet. They wanted to be counselors and help others, but part of becoming a counselor is you got to do the inner work. They put you through the work. And and so I dropped out. I was like, I felt God saying, you can help people now. And by the way, I had a daughter on the way. So all this stuff was happening partly because I knew I was going to be a dad. There was stuff coming up. And then all of a sudden, when my daughter was born, I realized I couldn't play small anymore. Jim Carrey, the actor, has this great quote. He had watched his dad, this great vaudevillian, this great comedian, great charisma. He watched his dad give up on his dream of being, a vaudevillian comedian on the stage in order to uh, be a janitor to pay the bills, literally, in Canada when Jim was growing up. And then he got fired from the janitorial job, and the family literally had to live in their car in Canada, which is like cold, right? So Jim Carrey was homeless part of the time growing up because his dad had, and what Jim Carrey said was, what I learned was you can fail at something you don't want. Fuck. And I just realized that was what my whole life was. Even when I was successful, it was often in stuff I didn't want. I just didn't know I wasn't dreaming based on my visions and dreams. I was like looking around the outside and going, what do these people want? What do these people need from me? I guess I got to go and do this. Right. And so I wasn't dreaming based on the dream. I didn't know that that's how it worked yet. All right. And when I teach this, I go, I started a successful coaching business, and then I cross out the word successful because it has been up and down since day one. It'll be a $20,000 month, and then 4 months without money, and then a $30,000 month. Right. And that's entrepreneurship. And that's a lot like early sobriety as well. Okay. And then sorry, I lost my cursor here. There we go. Ooh. Okay, so then in on the backs of all of this stuff, I started sponsoring prolifically. And I helped over 100 people through the steps, sometimes over 30 in a year, at a rate of like that one year as an asshole. I went back through all of it and I looked at all my calendar invites and I contacted all the guys that I'd worked with. And 30 out of 35 people asked me, I think this was in 2022, and 30 people asked me, and sorry, 35 people asked me, and 30 people were sober and sponsoring, raising their hand to sponsor. 30 out of 35, which is crazy, right? That's fucking crazy. Okay. So, and I'm horrible at this, but I just found a different method, right? So that's what I'm here to teach today. I'm here to, show you guys we we can all do this a little bit better. And then obviously all these things, on the backs of all of that sponsorship, I know how to be a better partner. I know that when you're sponsoring your work, you're doing intimacy. You're using intimacy. You're practicing the skill set of intimacy, which is what I would say is the core of steps 10, 11, and 12, is an experience of being seen. You with yourself first, you with others, allowing others to see you, allowing you to hold, once you see you, and then you can see others better, to really see and experience them. Intimacy, it stands for into me see, and so that was, when I drank, that was enough intimacy for me. I could be intimate with anybody if I just drank enough. I didn't have that safety to do that, right? So now I can be fulfilled. I can come from fulfillment. I don't need to chase it down. I can be fulfilled with me. I do my meditation in the morning. I have my cup of coffee. I get directions when I'm in meditation. I'm doing my prayer. Okay, God, it's all yours today. What do you want me to do? Who do you want me to help? How do you want this day to go? How do you want me to feel today? How do you want me to be thinking? And I go about my day and I have this fulfillment right from beat one. Before I start thinking too much, I give it all over. Right. And that's kind of basically how it goes. Like these days, I don't have a lot of noise in my head mentally like I did in those first couple of years, but meditation really brought a lot of that in. I didn't meditate for the first year. I wasn't initiated into it for the first year. Then another person, a guy in my family who was a meditator, sat down with me and meditated. And then from then on, from that time, I could do it on my own. So much of this work is about initiation, and those things coming from fulfillment is a big part of this. Okay, so now I know my job is to help leaders create leaders and sponsors create sponsors. That's what this deal is. You're all leaders, you're all sponsors. All the people that you're going to help, they're already leaders, they're already sponsors. And if you treat them like a leader, and if you treat them like a sponsor, guess what? They act a lot like leaders and sponsors. It's crazy. It's wild, right? If you treat a kid like a leader, they act like one, right? If you talk to them like a leader, they act like one. It's crazy. Maybe not all the time, maybe not perfectly, but more or less, because we're all leaders. We're all sponsors. We're all getting results already. That's a leader gets results and then can look at the results. And if they go, I don't like these results, they can change the action to get new results. And for us in the program, we learn to change the thinking, which then seamlessly changes the action. We don't have to put effort into the action if we change the thinking and how we're viewing the world and viewing the problem. So we fundamentally shift these things. And I'm sure God wants us to be happy, joyous, and free. It says that in the big book, but I happen to believe that. That's the scoreboard. That's the center of the bullseye. Happy, joyous, and free. That's my job. Okay, so what I just talked about, all of that is about 10, 11, and 12. We just covered the 12 steps. Okay, now I'm also going to go through each and every one of them to show you, this is how I work the 12 steps. It's part back to basics and part these other ways that, how do we get them through quickly? Okay, so here's the system I borrowed, researched, and been handed to by my higher power through thousands of hours of sponsorship, coaching, trial, and error, a lot of error, so that I could give it to you. Okay. All right. So I talked about principles. The way I think about it is PAL, PAL, or LAP, or SPA, yeah, something like that, or SLAP, the step, the principle, the action, the literature. But it also spells, it's close to slip too, so be careful with that. Okay. But anyway, so it's like these three sides of the triangle. What I found was it's like a cell phone. If you want to find GPS, you triangulate. You get three different cell phone towers that you're pinging off of, and you'll find out where you're located. Okay, so much of this thing is just figuring out, where am I? When I drank, I got off the grid. I didn't want to be found. I didn't want to face my pain. A lot of figuring out where I am is figuring out, because I know where I want to be and I know I'm not there. So it's waking up to the reality that I might be asking a question that I don't want to know the answer to. But if I don't have that answer of where am I in my life, where I am versus where I want to be, who I am versus who I want to be, if I don't know the answer to that question, if I'm not asking that question, I don't get the answer. And here's a little trick. The people who are powerful on this planet, they know who they are, they know where they are, they know where they want to be and who they want to be. They're doing that work. So they're conditioning themselves, just like doing leg day. I'm choosing to do leg day so that I have all this energy. I get this powerhouse energy. I'm choosing to do this 12-step work because I'm going to locate where I'm at in my life map. This is my GPS in my life map. So see how this stuff is all spaghettiing, bleeding together? Okay, so the principle is the essence of our aim. All right, so each of these steps has at least one principle. One in most cases, but there's also all these synonyms of what that principle could be, as you'll see. We're going to go through that. And there's an action that has to do with that. There's part of the spirit of a principle is the action. Honesty. What's the spirit of honesty? What's the action of honesty? It's trying to tell the truth, or at least don't lie. Like the truth is bigger than me. Like God it surpasses us all. We come up with religions or spiritual philosophies to kind of try to figure out what God is. But God's invisible. God's bigger than us all. We're all, me using the word God is not actually talking about God. It's some conjecture of mine, the higher power, right? So bringing it back to, actions, it's, what is the spirit of things? So me telling the truth, we're going to get into step one here, honesty. Honesty is my relationship with the truth. Whatever that thing that's bigger than me, that aspect of God or the higher power, the truth of who I could be. If you're atheist agnostic, like that's where I go with it. Truth is really usually the thing that we're serving. And love is the other big element. I see a lot of atheist agnostics that struggle sometimes with the love element of that, as all of us do. I know for me as an alcoholic, honesty and acceptance, I could have a few drinks and just feel more connected to truth and love. In vino veritas, right? In the vine, in the drinks, the truth, right? So honesty is my relationship with the truth, capital T. And acceptance is my relationship with love. When I was drinking, I did not have a healthy relationship with the truth or with love. The truth without love is tyranny. Love without the truth is too soft. I need both of those things if I'm going to right myself and if I'm going to find where am I at in my life path. Okay, so the truth of who I could be, the truth of who I am. All of these things, these investigations, some people will say, if I want to find out who I am, I need to know whose I am. Like what is the constant that I come from? God, the higher principle, the higher pattern. Well, we're going to look at higher patterns today. Okay. And so in honesty and acceptance in step one, and again, please take pictures or screenshot. And remember, this is going to be on my website. So you can always come back to these things and watch them later. Surrender is that meta action. You remember that we went through those back to basics and Oxford group. You guys still with me on the Oxford group back to basics deal? Yep. So surrender and drug of choice. We're going to work step one in just a minute here. So I need your attention. I need your attention to bring back on it. If you're getting the chat, get in the chat and say, I'm here. Hello, I'm here. Okay. Yes. I love it. Thank you guys for being here. This is beautiful. We're about to go. Yes, I love it, Trent. Ooh, I don't know how you did that, but I had one of these going up my screen from Trent. Thank you. All right. So honesty and acceptance. Surrender is the meta principle. Okay. So how do I practice surrender? Well, the cool thing is you're already practicing it. Whatever results you're getting, you're getting the perfect result for how you spend your 24 hours. How you spend your 24 hours and how Warren Buffett or who's the Amazon guy, the guy that owns Amazon, Bezos, how he spends his 24 hours and how the guy who lives in the park and talks to himself all day, how he has committed his 24 hours. We've all made different choices. And on this plane of existence where those are, you have sinners and saints and everything in between. You got Hitler and Gandhi, and like these two extremes, how they spent their days, how they talked to themselves, how they talked to others, the choices that they made, those were creating their results for their life. That is the best that you can get in this place of the zero sum. There's maybe different levels of privilege. There's different levels of, certain people have more money or more power or whatever, but how you make decisions in your day dictate your relationship with you and with your reality. And the reality that's coming from you, the great reality is deep down within us. So much of it has to do with creating these results. And if you don't like it, you can change it. I didn't really know that. I thought I just had to listen to whatever my thoughts were saying. All right. So I'm already, so the idea of this one is I'm already surrendered to my drug of choice. And if you're newer, what is your drug of choice? For me, it was alcohol was my favorite. I used weed at the end, so I can't use weed anymore because I became an addict of it because I was trying to quit alcohol and I got hooked to weed. I was doing the same thing with weed as I was doing with alcohol. So, not to say that I'm here to judge anybody. If there's people smoking weed or doing weed things, I'm not here to judge you. Okay. Like I had a problem with it. That's what I'm here to talk about. So I was already surrendered. I was already on my knees. I was making fun of all these religious people, giving 10% of their, only 10% of their income to their higher power, right? When I was having a bad day, I was drinking. When I was having a good day, I was drinking. When I was having a mediocre day, let's make it a great day with my higher power. And I'm going to drink and I'm going to make those feelings that I need to feel in order to survive in this horrible life that I've been building for myself and committing to myself. Well, I need to survive that. So I have to drink. That's my higher power, right? And I'm giving way more than 10% and laughing at the people who are piously like living a pretty good life probably and giving 10% tithing, right? So I was already surrendered. You're already surrendered. We're already surrendered. You're already creating results. Congratulations. Poof, you've already manifested your life. The exact dollar amount that's in your bank account. I don't know if you have total control over it, but it's kind of good to like assume that you do, right? Who else would have responsibility? And I get that there's all these like complex systems. But if that puts the locus of control and influence outside of you, and now you're a victim to whatever the system is, how does that make you feel? What if it was true? What if you pretended that you had some agency in that? Because you certainly do have some measure of choice and decision making in what happens in your bank account. Is anybody feeling stressed out by that? Okay. I'm pushing here, right? That's a big thought. I know Christians sometimes hate that, right? But like, that you may be responsible for that number that's in your bank account right now, right? Which means that maybe you can change it. So how the hell would you do that? Well, maybe if you could play with that idea of maybe I can take responsibility for that. Okay. So if you don't like that question, you're going to hate the rest of this. All right. So I'm here to push, right? We're here to grow. I'm here to mess with your thinking. It wasn't my drinking problem. It was my thinking problem that was really getting the best of me that I drank to shut off. So I was already surrendered to my drug of choice. Okay. And so this is all 12 steps. And I put in here, yeah, I'm sorry that it's like tiny. Okay. And it's all 12 steps with the principle out in front. Okay. And I think I actually have no, we're going to stay there. Okay. This will come up later. This comes up later on as well, many times. What I do later on is I've inverted it so that step 12 is at the top because it's a hierarchy of values. Step 12 is a higher value than the other steps, but it's a combination of all the other steps. If I'm going to be of maximum service, I need to be good at all these other principles. And these principles, can I tell you a secret? This is a big. Principles are skills. Skills are principles. Principles are character traits. Character traits are skills. Honesty is a great example. In step one, again, I was not good at telling the truth. I was really good at lying. I was unconsciously good at lying. It's like tying my shoes, or I know how to ice skate. I can ice skate and think about writing a poem, right? I don't have to think about left foot, right foot, don't fall down, fall down. You're going to fall down forward. Don't fall on your butt. It hurts. Oh no, you fell on your butt. I don't have to think those things. I've already programmed myself how to skate. So I can think I'm a master at skating. I'm a master at lying. My brain it's coming out of my mouth. Back in my drinking days, it was coming out of my mouth without even, it hurt every time every time I lied, but my brain was protecting me. It was doing such a beautiful job of protecting me, but it was doing it with lies because that's what I thought worked. That's what my brain believed was working to get that magic potion that made all my feelings. Okay. So, here's what so much of addiction is. We continue to repeat the same chaotic, broken patterns because changing means we'd have to do the unknown, and the unknown could kill us. Like we may be barely surviving, but your brain is not optimized for thriving and living your dreams. Your brain is optimized for survival and whatever has worked before. So if you've done something if you had a shitty childhood, you're probably going to repeat all those patterns because it'll keep you alive. Because your brain is like, well, we survived childhood, and that's our whole thing. Our brain is very good at making human beings survive. They say, roughly speaking, our brains are about 200,000 years old. No significant changes in 200,000 years. You ever read Marcus Aurelius? It's unbelievable. This dude's brilliant. 2,000 years ago, his private journal. It's some of the most fascinating thinking. I thought people 2,000 years ago were all dumb fucks. This guy's brilliant, right? So we have the technology mentally, but we are not optimized for thriving and living our dreams. We have to get to a certain level of survival before those things become possible. My challenge to you is on the other side of sobriety, with some stability and sobriety, you already have all of those things that you need to survive. Okay. And so I'm going to ask you to grow and lean into thriving. Okay. So just notice that the action, all these things we'll go through one by one. Okay. So we're going to begin with the end in mind. This is so much of what the 12 steps is. Okay. Oh, all right. Y'all, I'm so excited for this. This is the stuff that I can't really say in an AA meeting. It's hard to say in an AA meeting, especially in a 3 to 5 minute share. But this is the stuff that I don't know anybody else talking about this. Okay. The end in mind. Okay. Recovery, unity, service. Something crazy that I don't know if I figured out or what, but recovery is like step 10. I continue to do the recovery work to recover. Recovery to me is kind of like three parts. There's going to be so many synonyms later, but there's like three parts of what does recovery mean? Well, recovery means I have a wound and I let it heal. I do the things necessary to let it heal. That's part of recovery. So healing. So I've had some fucked up stuff from my past. So I got to heal. I can't live a normal life if I don't have healing happening. And I'm always discovering things that I'm like upset about or, wounded from, maybe not physically, but the brain doesn't know the difference often between a physical threat and a psychological threat. Consider that, right? So I've passed trauma, and so my brain is thinking that I'm continued to be under the same level of threat. Well, we're healing from that threat is no longer here. And also I've developed these character traits that if it was to show up again, I've faced my darkness and integrated all the darkness that hurt me. I've faced that darkness in me. I've found that darkness in me. I've gone to great lengths to find the same place the same way that I could be dark and hurt somebody like that too. Maybe I found an example of it in my life and I've integrated that. So if that darkness rears its head on me again, I'm ready. And I stay ready because I'm continuing to heal. I'm inoculated from that thing that killed me. You got to take a little bit of the poison. What is it? The cure is in the poison that hurt you. Right? That's really what we're doing in steps 4 and 5. So recovery is healing. Recovery is finding things that were lost and you have now found them. Or maybe you were lost and God has found, you've let God find you or something. Okay. Again, sorry if the God word is offended. Use another word, use your own word. And then the third part of recovery is also growth, I would say. Like after you work out, Trent would say, yeah, you need a recovery day. You can't work out legs every day. You got to, legs on Monday and then you recover for the rest of the week. So that's growth. Okay. So I think that's in line with step 10. You continue to do these things, continue to take inventory. Unity is what happens when you're doing that inventory regularly and facing yourself and locating yourself on your life map. Painful as it might be, I'm still not where I want to be. Okay, but look how far I've come. All right, cool. Okay, so here's where I'm at. And I feel a sense of inner unity. And I go to meetings and I get into unity in the group and I can hear in other people, they're lighthouses to me. Everybody's a lighthouse. I can hear the things that I want, the pathway that they're showing about, what the good life is, what the good principles are and how to apply that to my life. And I'm hearing where the rocks are. And some of them are on the rocks and they're dead and dying. Some of them have found the way to step into being the lighthouse, to shine that light for others. And I want to be like the lighthouse. So that sense of unity when you're in the group and also this sense of unity with this higher power, right? So that's step 11, so conscious contact, right? And so when I'm sitting in those meetings, I'm getting conscious contact, and their spirituality I can borrow that. And then over here on service is step 12. Having had a spiritual awakening in step 11, which is 1 through 11, I can now practice these principles in all my affairs and I can help others at a higher level. And that's where I got addicted. So when I drank, I had a sense of recovery. I found it was a lost sense of who I was. I felt like that wound that I had all of a sudden was healed up. I felt a sense of growth. The dopamine comes with growth. The closer you advance on a goal, you get more and more dopamine. Right. And so I was, alcohol's a dopamine system. Cocaine's a dopamine system. I was getting dopamine. It felt like recovery. It felt like growth. right? So the alcohol and drugs, whatever your drug of choice was, it probably was making you feel all of those things. At first, it was even making you feel like you were a higher level of service. I know for me it was. I got addicted to the higher level of service. Now here's the thing. Here's the diagram that my contribution to this. When I drank, I did steps 1 through 11. You can get steps 1 through 11 through drinking and doing drugs in your addiction. Totally. So what are you doing on this call? Okay. If I can get all that just from those things. Well, the problem is you're not going to get step 12 in service. You're not going to be at a higher level of service anymore. But probably the addiction, the reason we go back is things are so bad that if we drink, we think it'll improve ourselves. So we could be a higher level of service. So our life could get better. Briefly though it was. And at first, the first couple years I was drinking, I was bonding with my hockey teammates. I didn't know how to bond with them otherwise. I was at a higher level of service. I was being a service to the team because the more connected you are as a team, the more you win on the ice. And we won championships, baby. Okay, so the addiction was the higher level of service. I got I got a chemical way of doing steps 1 through 11 that put me at a higher level. It was a performance enhancing drug to be a better servant, to be a better leader, servant leader, right? I had this new neurochemistry in my body and I was at a higher level of service. But then over time, it began to slow downward spiral, and I needed more and more alcohol to get the same result. And then over time, it got complicated. It was kind of even for a little bit, and then after a while, it was just like off the cliff at the very end. So I needed a new way to get that level of service up, to feel like I'm a contributor on this planet. People hate themselves when they feel like they are not a contributor on the planet. Okay. All right. So here it is, step 10, 11, and 12. All right. Now, here's where it gets exciting, and I hope I'm not going to get sued for copyright infringement on this beautiful man right here. This is Brendan Burchard. This is my coach, and he's changed my life. And he lives in Napa, and he drinks wine, and he doesn't know that this thing here he just drew up Unity Service Recovery. He doesn't know that. What he's drawing up is the 4 aspirations. He calls them the 4 aspirations. These are the 4 things that people want, is what he says. And he works with billionaires. He's a guy, he's the #1 high performance coach in the world. High performance, what that is it's a life coach for high performers. Okay, so high performers are succeeding, they're making money, they're making they're people, the top 10%, top 5%. They have all the stress on them. They're not living a good internal life usually. They don't have a balance internally because they're going for it and they're making money. They're good at 1 or 2 things, just like all of us. And instead of me being really great at drinking and lying, they're really good at like starting a company, even though they don't know what they're doing, and hiring people smarter than them to run it. And then they just like figure it out from there. That's most entrepreneurs that I work with, I swear to God. And so this guy, he works exclusively with billionaires. Okay. And he said, they're miserable. Imagine that. Isn't that comforting? And so he says, this is the thing that helps them figure out what they want. He said that this billionaire client that he had signed, I don't know, this is a couple years ago. He said, he drew up, he said, yeah, people want aliveness, a feeling of aliveness. That's like recovery. Aliveness. He said, he even draws it up in this way. I've seen him draw it up in other ways, but it just happened to be that he drew it up this way here. You can find this on the internet. So I hope, again, I'm not going to get sued. Because I'm giving it to the drunks and I'm not making money off of it. Okay. So if you're watching this on the internet later and you want to sue me, please just email me and say, great job for giving this to the drunks and addicts of the world. All right. Thank you for your contribution. So aliveness is, to me, recovery. Aliveness that he says it's a sense of, once you get above a certain level of beyond safety and sustenance, notice that black strip at the top there. Once you get beyond that level of safety and sustenance, when you're out of survival mode, if you don't have safety and sustenance, you will have to get safety and sustenance. And to me, if I have a brain that's telling me I'm not safe and I drink to calm my brain down so I feel safe, that's essentially what I'm doing in drinking and drugging. That's survival mode. But now I'm sober, right? And now when my brain's telling me that, I need another method to reason with it, to contend with whatever's happening internally, because I'm getting enough sustenance. There's always been enough for me. Right. And even I know one of my best friends lived in his car for a period of time in sobriety. And you know what he tells me? He goes, as he's got more and more things, he goes, well, dude, I'm going to go for I started a new career because fuck it. I'm okay with living in my car. Worst case scenario, I end up back in my car and I have a nicer car now. you know, right? So that's like I appreciate that because he knows that he's got safety and sustenance. Even if he now for me, I'm like, I got a wife and kids. I need more than a car, right? So, but I still have to do this work to figure out to calm my brain down so that I can actually get guidance and think clearly. Okay, so again, aliveness and growth, I would say, is what recovery would be, and connection and unity, same thing, right? Meaningful pursuits. This is how this guy, Brendan Burchard, signed this billionaire. He said, yeah, as he drew this up, he said, this is my philosophy of life. This is what people want. After having thousands and thousands of conversations, we all want the same things. 10, 11, and 12. He said, it's a philosophy. If you have this philosophy, if you have more words, we want things, but we're not connected to it. We don't know what we want because most of the time I got another cup of coffee I could have and that feels good. Or I have, a drink or a drug or another sex partner. Those things all feel good. That's enough meaning. It just turns my brain off from the things that are driving me nuts that I don't have a real feeling of connection. But when I have sex with some rando, well, that's a feeling of fleeting connection. It turns off that drive for, you got to have this connection. And for a brief moment post orgasm, I might go, huh, that's nice. What was that all about? And then the self hatred slowly starts to drip all over again because it's not real. It's not intimacy. Right. And so I would say that step 10, 11, and 12 are pretty accurately represented here. You guys feel me on this? Is this life shattering to anybody else? This was crazy for me when I saw this. All right. He's not the only one. He's not just one guy. This guy has no idea about AA, by the way. I mean, he's very well researched, but he did not steal this from AA. He arrived at it independently in a research backed way. What AA figured out organically, he figured out through research and working with high performers. The people at the top and the people at the bottom are highly leveraged by pain and suffering to continue to transform and change. That's what this is. This is about transformation. This is what people want. The middle 80%, they're getting enough chemicals and shopping and yeah, in the middle life. It's good enough in America, even now, even if there's a decline happening, that those middle 80% are not in a whole lot of peril. They're getting enough of what they want. My drinking was supplying these feelings. I was getting what I wanted in a liquid way. So you couldn't reason with me. I had a philosophy already, which was when I drink, I get all these things. So what are you going to compete with? You're going to have me do connection and meaningful pursuits with skills? Fuck that. It wasn't until drinking utterly had failed that I realized, oh, this is what I want. How do I do this? How do I build this? And very quickly, I have been able to do that. What seems like a very quick 7 years. Okay. So, I was talking about the billionaire that this guy signed. He said it was meaningful pursuits. That was the thing. She said meaningful pursuits. She goes, I have $1 billion, I have billions of dollars. I could cure things. I could end blank problem in the world. I could do almost anything, but I don't know. I have too many options. I've got all this, I've got a great marriage, but I don't have pursuit anymore. I've got all this meaning, but I don't have pursuit. So I think this is a step 12 thing. It's like there's a lot of there's a lot of really attractive people in the room in the program that they work. And there's a lot of people that have a lot of years, but they don't have an attractive program. There's a lot of newcomers that have an attractive program because they're in hot pursuit and they're getting that meaning, right? They're practicing step 12 already. Okay. So this bullseye here, this is Tony Robbins' contribution right there in the middle. He says, this is if you picture life as a bullseye, if you want fulfillment, true fulfillment, which is what I was drinking to get on a night by night basis, but it was chemical fulfillment. It wasn't real fulfillment. The middle of the bullseye is contribution. What's your contribution? You're a creator. Be a creator. And then the contribution, the next ring out is growth because you're going to have to grow if you're going to contribute. If you contribute the same thing and you're dunking on sixth graders, it's going to get old. You're not going to feel like a contributor anymore. You got to go apply those skills elsewhere, right? You got to grow. You got to lean into that growth edge. Okay. And then the ring around that is the next ring out is connection and love, right? That's crazy. Okay. And so the way that he describes it goes even further. He said he calls these the six human needs. It's based on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but Maslow's stuff is long published. And so there's a bunch of there's all this science and research after Maslow. So he was mostly right, but there's a lot of other stuff that's come in. And so we need both certainty and variety. So here's something here. An addiction, as defined on this diagram, is when one action provides at least three of these needs. You'll get addicted to that. Could be a neutral, a destructive, or a constructive addiction. It's not, so drinking, oh man, when drinking was working for me, it did all six. Is there anything else in my life that was doing all six? Yeah, maybe the way I was womanizing. It was like I didn't know I was a womanizer. Thought I was a I called myself a hopeless romantic, but I was running through these relationships. I was a fuckboy and I didn't know it. Right? I was trying to have the relationships. I was treating every woman like they were my potential wife, and I was doing husband and wife things where I was talking big, and they were throwing the full ball game at me sexually. And that's, I think, essentially looking back at it, what I wanted and needed for me to not have to face the horrible internal environment that I was barely surviving. It gave me meaning because I could provide value. I thought I was providing value. I was convincing myself I was providing value for these women who sometimes would go on to a better relationship next, almost always because I was a very toxic relationship. So I want you to notice the what it says here about personality, the needs of the personality and the needs of the spirit. This guy's talking about spiritual needs. You want to feel good at the end of your life? You're on your deathbed. You focus on your contribution and your growth. That is the method to get all the love and connection that you want. See, the problem is this bullseye, the aha moment at one of Tony Robbins' big events. I've been to all of his events. I've paid tens of thousands of dollars to go through his whole deal. Is he said most people favor two of the personality traits. So there are these what is called a preeminent one or two personality traits that you favor and you put at the center of the bullseye. So the big aha reveal moment of the weekend, one of the big aha reveal moments, at least for me it was that he goes, when you put contribution at the center and growth next and connection next, you get all of it. You get all six. You get the whole enchilada when you're focusing on coming from fulfillment. What would fulfill me? I'm going to go do that. And I'm on the path to fulfillment, which feels like fulfillment, which means I'm fulfilled and I'm not chasing it. When I was first getting sober, okay, I was doing certainty and significance. I had to be significant to get love. I had to have certainty and build up a bunch of certainty if I was going to get variety. Okay, now, as it happened at first, when alcohol and drugs was working for me, in those first couple years of heavy use, I was a better contributor at first, and I was growing. It gave me the courage to go for it in the ways that I was going for it. But after a while, it became I needed to plan my career and my life around my drinking. Okay, anybody can relate to that? Anybody relate? Yep. Okay, so just to say, like these are all things I want you to come back and revisit. This we could do a whole deep dive on this stuff, obviously, right? But what we're gonna do now is we're gonna kind of pivot back and finish step one. Okay, so unity, service, recovery. Just notice growth, contribution. Contribution is service. Growth, I would say, would be recovery, and then connection and love would be unity. Okay, so again, AA, the 12 steps. It's a philosophy of life that helps people figure out what they want for their whole life and their map, and also what they want today based on that whole life map. It's about context. I need the whole map if I'm going to, and I need to know where I'm at and I need to know where I want to go. Right. And these are the ways that I can navigate. It looks like a fucking arrow, right? The AA chip is like, if you point it forward, it's like, that's my compass. Okay. When I'm doing all three of those things, it's going to clear me up on the inside. When I'm doing the recovery work, when I'm doing the spiritual work, when I'm doing the service work, and I'm helping others, I get clear on the inside. I'm not obsessed with, I'm not good enough. I know I'm of service. I know I'm good enough. And after a sponsorship session at 9 in the morning, at 10 a.m., watch out. Because I feel so good that I forgot that I had all these ceilings and limitations and I wasn't allowed to have a good life. I just start living. I just start going for it. I make the phone call that I wouldn't have. I had a 10,000 pound phone, and all of a sudden, it's like I'm on the phone with the guy, and I'm having a great conversation, and it's putting me in the ball game of the life I want to live. Okay, so this is my contribution to these symbols. It's an infinity symbol where And it's an in and an out breath. And there's a deeper pattern here that we're going to talk about, right? Which is recovery unity service. Your in breath is your recovery. You hold. This is literally box breathing. In breath is your recovery. Hold. Out breath is service. Hold. Okay, let's take a moment here. We're going to do on a count of four. Okay, I want you to take a moment, close your eyes if you're feeling safe enough to do so. And we're going to just breathe in. Breathe in, take a moment, get into your body. You're a spiritual being having a human experience in a body. Okay, so shake your shoulders a little bit, wiggle your fingers and your toes. Maybe squeeze those beautiful, big, strong thighs that you have. Feel how your knees are moving around, the intricacy of all those little things going on in your knees. And take an in breath for 4 seconds. And I want you to actually just give yourself a hug and rub your arms as you're giving yourself a hug. They say this literally regulates your nervous system. So if you're ever feeling activated with your nervous system, you just rub your arms. You hug yourself and you rub your arms, and your brain doesn't know if it's like God hugging you or your favorite parent hugging you or your favorite loved one or just somebody who's totally safe to you, hugging you and making you feel safe. And you go 4 seconds on the inhale through your nose and you hold for 4 seconds, feel a feeling of unity. And then you exhale for 4 seconds and feel a sense of contribution. Your exhale feeds the plants on this planet. Then you hold at the bottom for 4 seconds. I'm sorry that I'm not actually guiding you through those 4 seconds. I'm hopefully not suffocating you. So we're gonna do a full box breath together, okay? Rub those arms and start with an inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold at the top. 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. All right, now shake out your arms. Well, hey there, sweetie. You feeling better? How's that feel? How's that feel? Does that feel good? It feels good. It feels good to be alive. I have a sense of aliveness. I have a sense of recovery. I have a sense of, oh, I could grow. Invigorating. Yes, I could be anyone. I could do anything, right? If I had the thoughts of Jeff Bezos, I could be Jeff Bezos. If I had the thoughts of Einstein, I could be Einstein, right? And you can just rub yourself anytime you're getting activated. If you're in early recovery, you do this, right? This is some CBT, right? Cognitive behavioral therapy. Why don't we use all this shit, right? Just throw the kitchen sink at this thing. Have a good life, for crying out loud. Drinking yourself to death, it felt good for a while. And then, God, what a pain in the ass. So recovery unity service. Okay, this is steps 10, 11, and 12. And so this is a bunch of synonyms that I've thrown in here, just of all the personal development that I've done. Obviously, you saw, Tony Robbins and Brendan Burchard are both using this term contribution or creation for step 12. Leadership is another word that we use for that. That's the highest level of service that we can provide is when we have all the stuff in step 10. We have all the stuff in step 11. Another cool thing is you're already good at a lot of this just by virtue of being an alcoholic or an addict of whatever your drug of choice was. And it could be, here's an interesting thing. Doctors who don't have traditional addictions, who start studying addiction, Gabor Mate is a major one, and this gal, Erica something, I can't remember her name, they both realized that they were addicts by virtue of studying addiction and spending their careers working in addiction. They both became very spiritual when they started studying addiction. They were doctors who weren't really all that spiritual necessarily. And then they realized that they were the same as the people shooting up on the streets of Vancouver was, Gabor Mate. He was watching these people just bury themselves. And he realized that he was addicted to buying symphonies on CD. And he would leave like a surgery, an important surgery to go because he'd be obsessed. He'd be thinking, I know that special CD is at this shop. I'm going to go walk over there and get it on my lunch break. And he'd be, right. So he was obsessed. And this Erica lady, I can't remember her name, but she did a podcast recently where she talked about it. She realized she was addicted to romance novels. Her daughter moved away, went out of the house. She had this empty nest thing come up for her, and she got addicted and obsessed with romance novels. She'd read the same one 4 or 5 times, and then it just didn't get the same juice. So then she'd have to find another one, and then she'd find a good series, and then she'd read each one of those 4 or 5 times. And she was hurting her finances. She was hurting her romances. She was disconnecting from all other things, right? So these people, and what she said was about 95% of people are walking around with an active addiction and they don't know it. You are exactly the same as the other people on this planet. And you also have something, maybe one little thing, one element that you're here to bring the world that in your network, in this time and place in history, you got something that not, you got a contribution that you could make that somebody else can't make for you, that only you can make it. Like I'm a coach, right? There's people here that might want to be a coach. People will hear you and they will hire you and they will never have heard of me. And they will do the life-changing work of coaching because you decided that you were going to be a coach and you started telling everybody that you were a coach and some crazy people hired you, right? It's very much like sponsorship. You just start raising your hand, right? I'm one of those. Yeah, if you want to know more about that, come see me after the meeting, right? Okay, and all these things happen, right? So you are changing life. Even if there is somebody in the world that's amazing, well, there's most people haven't heard of that person. Whoever you're obsessed with, your favorite icon out there, like most people don't know who that is. Even if it's Taylor Swift, a lot of people don't even know who she is, right? Which is crazy, right? Right. Okay, so you're already good at all this stuff. You're good at growth. You're good at grit. How gritty and persevering did you have to be an addict and an alcoholic, to run your life into the ground, to have the same shitty finances or shitty romances time after time after time? You know how much grit that takes? I'm literally saying, congratulations. You have gotten results again and again and again. Okay. Now, the unlock is, can you receive the truth and can you let those things be unblocked and can you open your mind up? That's healing, restoring the ability to be open-minded. I think willingness and honesty are involved. If you're going to have open-mindedness, you need willingness and honesty. I'm willing to look at the truth. Whatever the truth is, I'm willing to start to have a relationship with that in honesty. And that will open your mind up. And when your mind is open, now it's not just your thoughts. You get to borrow thoughts from anyone. Anyone. And if you started thinking in frameworks, like I'm a walking fourth step. I don't have problems anymore. My fourth step does. And so I chop that thing up into the fourth step and it shoots out, okay, here's what your part is, Zach. You're being selfish here. You're being dishonest. You got self-pity. You're afraid. And I'm like, oh, why is it a relief when I get that information? Shit. It feels so good. All right. So, again, this is one of those things, like we're good at all these things already. These are the higher patterns. Okay. Speaking of higher patterns. Okay. So this is from The Grapevine in 1993. When the lead goose tires, it rotates back into the wing and another goose flies point. It is sensible to take turns doing demanding jobs. So we're all doing the growth thing, right? We're all getting a chance to take turns in leadership. So there's a higher pattern that the geese do. You guys read me on that? The geese are doing this thing. They have recovery. What else do they have? They have unity. By flying in a V formation, the whole flock adds at least 71% greater flying range than if each bird flew on its own. They don't have a higher frontal lobe that gets in the way of the things as they naturally are, of living by the patterns that are already existing here. They just abide by the higher patterns that are already existing because they don't have the ability of conscious thought. There's a greater consciousness that directs them. 71% greater flying range. How the fuck, right? Well, of course they figured it out because they're just going along with the pattern. They're part of the pattern. What if we could be part of the pattern? And here's service. When a goose gets sick, wounded, or shot down, two other geese drop out of formation and follow it down to help and protect it. They stay with the fallen goose until it is able to fly or until it dies. Watch for this. If you're ever in the park and you see a bird, you'll see three birds or three geese, right? If you see a goose, you'll see three. So if you ever see one with a gimpy arm, there's two with it, right? So literally, so the geese are abiding by this. So if you have trouble with the God thing, Well, what the fuck are the geese doing? Okay. I'm not saying it's God. I'm saying that's one word for it. I'm saying there's a higher pattern. Okay, a deeper pattern to all existence. By the way, this part of it is actually peer reviewed. I found a peer reviewed study for this. Hey, okay, now I'm just gonna throw this up real quick because this is Erickson, his psychosocial stages. He did a lot of like child psychology. Just notice under basic conflict, words like identity and intimacy, integrity. Those are words that we use to describe the steps. Those are skills. Hope, will, purpose, competence, fidelity, love, care. A lot of these words are showing up in the step work. The step work is this comprehensive way to have whatever 10, 11, and 12 is. That's my philosophy of living that I'm applying day to day to figure out what I want day by day. And then as I'm doing that work, if I'm not able to do that, what steps 1 through 9 is how to get me from being unpsychologically like to be able, what do they say? Freud said that the Irish are impervious to psychology, to therapy, and also the Irish are drunks, right? So I'm part Irish, right? So if I'm going to be, if I'm antisocial, I need to learn the skills of being social and practice the skills of being social, right? That's what Alcoholics Anonymous is. So steps 1 through 9, in my experience, are healing and practicing the opposite principles of all the ones that kept me antisocial and alone and isolated and so lonely that I needed to drink and medicate myself. It's learning skills that are going to get me into being philosophized, to be able to say, I don't even like talking about what I want. But now that you asked, yeah, I do want to have intimacy. Shit, I'm so far from that. But okay, at least I know what to work on. How do I work on that? Prayer and meditation is going to help me work on that, and hanging out with people that, at groups, whatever that, maybe it's an AA meeting for us, but maybe it's a church group or maybe it's some knitting circle or whatever. Like, I'm going to go get to know these people and I'm going to go practice my spiritual principles in those affairs. Okay. So you get it. Like, it's a roadmap again to the name. Okay. So what the hell is a spiritual experience? Because that's the whole thing is we're going to have a spiritual experience. And this is Carl Jung, who was mentioned in the big book. And he helped plant the seed of, you got to have a spiritual awakening. Like when you're a hopeless alcoholic, you got to become somebody else kind of thing. And there's, since early times, he said, certain religious philosophies have helped people, change greatly. And he said, so I would advise getting into a spiritual group of some sort. And he said this to Roland Hazard, I believe. And then Roland went over and he ended up being one of the guys that sponsored Ebby, and then Ebby sponsored Bill. Right. So I guess we're all, Carl Jung is our great, 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 great grand sponsor. Okay. Poof. You're in a lineage. All right. And he said it's a profound alteration in reaction to life. My reaction is my programming. But now all of a sudden I've got space internally to go, I don't think I want this result. A psychic change is what they call it. And psychic means psychological. Psychological is another way to say personality. Okay, and it's quoted as, huge emotional displacements and rearrangements. It doesn't say you get a thing that you didn't have before. You were missing something and now you get it. He doesn't say that. He says it's a displacement and a rearrangement. He doesn't say you have something extra you have to get rid of. He says it's a displacement and a rearrangement in the emotions. So everything's going great except for your emotions might be displaced and arranged in, they say it's a disorder, right? Alcohol use disorder. Well, I think they're talking about the emotional element here. When you get into the when your emotions go to the right place in the right arrangement, you start to be healthy. You start to be well. Okay, so new ideas, emotions, attitudes, and motives replace the old ones. Okay, so this is who the hell is? Oh, that's a new pair of glasses. That's Chuck Chamberlain. Beautiful guy. You can find a new pair of glasses on YouTube. He's beautiful. He giggles. He's this amazing guy. And personality change. So this is something that changed my life. A personality change, a psychic change, a spiritual experience. A personality change is your personality is your personal reality. Your personal reality changes. Okay, so the great reality is deep down within us, is what it says in the third step or the second step, right? So I'm going to go I'm gonna have a new personal reality based on maybe a greater reality that's lurking deep within. Maybe that pattern that helps the geese figure their shit out, maybe that pattern is something that I can take part in too. If my big brain and its constant worry and distress and rumination, if I can find a way to turn that off or redirect it. And that's what the spiritual skills of prayer and meditation and inventory do. It redirects my thinking so that whatever the geese are operating off of, I can have that new reality come out through me, in me and through me. It can start to impact this world, and that starts to be my experience. So the higher power comes from a higher perspective, higher patterns, and higher principles. Okay, so you want more power. I want power to change my internal life. Well, I need to direct my thinking. I need to change perspective. If you're the person in the room, if you want to be a leader, you want to know how to change perspective. Somebody's coming at you. We have this perspective. We have to do this. This is the problem. Cool. Is it cool if I challenge your thinking? That's a great frame. That's a question that I hope you leave with here. Okay. Is it okay if I challenge your thinking? Is it okay if I push on your thinking a little bit there? I just want to test it and see if we can make it stronger, or if you've already got it completely figured out. Yeah. Yeah. I'm wondering, what has you thinking that that's the perspective? Where are you coming from? Because I have no doubt that you're coming from a great perspective. I want to hear it. I want to play with it and see if that's the best perspective or if there's another one. That's a power move, right? That's a leadership element. Higher patterns, okay. So I wonder if this is in alignment with the level of service that we want to be at. Is this really the thing? Is this in alignment with, are we being totally honest with ourselves here? There's a higher principle. There's a higher pattern. Are we acting out love? Are we just overthinking this thing? What's the next right thing? Okay, so all of a sudden, again, you could say we're done with the steps right now. Okay, just to say we've now done the steps twice. And this is another iteration that I mocked this up kind of based on the Tony Robbins thing of the bullseye, right? So I'm just borrowing from these people. But now all of those steps, all the way around, steps 1 through 9, and those are all ways to get, those are when you're firing your arrows, you might hit one of these 10, 11, and 12 because they all add into it. Can you have a level of service without honesty and acceptance? Fuck no. You got to be really good at honesty and acceptance, accepting where I'm at. That's an act of love. Just accepting the truth of where I'm at. Accepting the truth of this dream that will not go away. And I don't think it's actually torture, even though I've been experiencing it as torture because I haven't been acting on it. What if I fucking went for it this year in 2026? Okay. So this is where it's a hierarchy of values. So step 12 up there at the top, it's a higher value. It brings more value to the world. If you're a business person, what do they always say? Like, your business has to do what? It's got to bring value. You want to make more money, bring more value. So like today, I want to bring the fucking value for you folks. I want you to walk. If you haven't gotten like one or two life-changing moments that could change your life forever forward, I'm okay if you log off, right? Like that. This is a whole new magnitude of the adventure here on life. I want you all to hear a call of a higher level of service, a higher level of contribution and creation. That would probably make you so fulfilled to even be engaged in the work of it. Like, this might be hard now, but you're going to get off this call and we're going to watch the Broncos hopefully take, the first seed and get that bye in the playoffs, right? But you're going to be fun and you're going to sleep so good tonight because you showed up and you put in the work, right? And already this is seeding the ground for all this work to happen really fast, right? We seeded the ground. And all of a sudden you can go and harvest a bunch of corn in 2 or 3 days because you did all that work. All right. So all these things build into each other. And I could go on and on and on about how they do. Like justice is step 9. What does that mean? Okay. Well, I think it has something to do with justice is this greater system. And when I'm doing the higher power thing and I'm living that life, I put down my judgment, my playing God and how I'm judging the world. Oh, well, I need to hang on to that resentment because if I don't, they'll get off. There's a higher level of judgment, whatever's happening for them. Like the geese are all operating off of something. If somebody's being dishonest or being deceitful or hurting people, there's a higher system that's going to catch up with them. I don't need to be the judge, right? And it's only hurting me to be walking around with these judgments anyway, because then I end up judging myself horribly all the time. It's really about me projecting my worldview onto them, right? So justice, it's this higher, there's a higher level of justice. Even if our courts suck or whatever, if you're in some corrupt country, and you can't trust the system, well, there's a higher system. No worries, y'all. All right. So These are the meta principles applied to this diagram. Surrender is that 1 through 3. Sharing is that bottom half, 4 through 7. Figuring out what your story is, what the real story is, and changing your story. And then the middle is that meta principle of guidance. It's all about the guidance, right? That's the power. I have more power if I can receive guidance. Because if people are perceiving me as a person they go to get guidance when they have questions and they come to me, I love that feeling, by the way. And as much as I want to take credit for it, you know what I do? I go, cool, hang on a second. Hey God, the fuck is the answer to that one? You know? And then something comes because I got tingles when I said that, by the way. I don't whoa. Okay, thanks God. You know, I get this feeling of, yeah, I think this is the thing that uh I get this feeling I'm taking part in something bigger than myself. I like that feeling. I like it when people come to me for answers. And I like to be at that pivot. You know, it says we stood at the turning point. Every time they read that in a meeting, I've changed a lot over the years of what I think that turning point is. Now I think it's the turning point of the hinge of the door between God and this world and the people in this world. You know, they all want spiritual guidance. They all want to be guided. How am I going to be fulfilled today? Well, I don't know. That's only a question that would come from you. Here's how I figure out the answer to that question. You know, and then all of a sudden, instead of them relying on me in a sponsorship setting, they now have that door hinge with their higher power. They're getting a sense of guidance. And it's going to happen when we took that breath. Oh my goodness, didn't you feel better? When you feel better, you get great ideas, right? When you're facing the hard shit, right on the other side of that is the great ideas. Most people don't get great ideas because they don't face the hard shit. All right. Um, so back to step one here. Ha ha ha. Okay. So, and this is where I'll just say the way that we work step one is we say it's the wording of it is powerless and unmanageable. So the way I work it with a sponsee is I go, powerless. That means that you lost the ability to simultaneously control and enjoy your drug of choice. And I tell a story maybe quickly about, yeah, at the end, I could occasionally have two. I could occasionally control it, but I couldn't enjoy it. If I had like something to get up at 6 a.m. for and I only had money for two, I wouldn't go rob somebody. I wasn't at that level yet, but maybe I was getting closer to that. I could use my imagination to see how it was getting worse. Most people have lost control. Like they can't have two. They will rob somebody or they will, you know. But more and more these days, I've noticed people are coming in at a higher bottom. So they have to use their imagination to go, is it progressive? Is it getting worse? Like, yeah. So it wasn't every time that I could control it. I could occasionally control it still, but I hated it. I did not enjoy it. I couldn't simultaneously control and enjoy my drug of choice. I can't have just one. And it's progressive. It's jails, institutions, and death. It is. I could see that it could end up in jails, institutions, and death. I came to out of a blackout behind bars one time, and I thought I was in jail. And but luckily, I was just in the self-harm area of detox, where they were keeping me under observation because I said I wanted to hurt myself, blacked out in the back of the ambulance. You know, and I was like, okay, cool. So I'm not in jail though. They're like, yeah, you're a mess and you want to die, but you're not in jail. um, so yeah, so the it's progressive. That's where it was for me. So I tell some quick story about that. And then the unmanageable is the part B of step one, which is I always go back. And here's the real key to this. The real key is loneliness. Okay. My bald head's covering it up right there. Loneliness. This is the diagram of reading the this book. Um, yeah, writing the big book. It's this 600 page book, about a 164 page book. Oh, sorry. I don't know if you can see that. Writing the big book is what it's called. Sorry, my it's not showing up there, but writing the big book by Shaberg. Yes, 600 page book about a 164 page book, the big about how it was written and the creation of AA. And what Bill was really working up toward. He was an imperfect guy writing this book like a drunk was writing it a chapter or two at a time. And he was working his way up. And so but it's really a diagram of loneliness that he got better and better every time he was writing about it, that it's really loneliness is this, you know, I'm this is a cutting edge thing for me. Okay. I think it's a skill. It's the opposite of intimacy. I was really good at loneliness. And I didn't know that it was a skill. I just felt lonely all the fucking time. I felt all alone on this planet. And when I would drink, I would at least enjoy myself at the end, at least for a bit. I could have 10 or 12 or 20 drinks and I could at least enjoy myself. And occasionally there was another person who could drink at that level with me, an alcoholic could drink with me like that. And then, but other than that, I really didn't have real fellowship. And even then, it was like we're just bullshitting, and it was about, oh, let's go pour another one, you know. Um, Mostly it was just drinking it and hiding it at the end and making some kind of game out of that. Okay, so so that's the loneliness is dry is the addiction is really about you can't have just one. There's this downward spiral, but I always go back. So that's really the diagram. And so I just kind of show people the diagram and I go, okay, so is that you? And if you're here, I really try to say, let's assume that maybe it is, but I don't just want, I'm not going to call you an alcoholic or an addict. That's up to you. Okay. And then, and this is this, Carl Jung as a young man, he said, if a man knows more than others, he becomes lonely. And I would say that this is the call to learn how to share because you all know more about you think, than anybody else does. And that might be, for me, it was like I didn't tell anybody everything that I was up to. I was trying coke, and I told one friend that I was doing coke and drugs sometimes. I never told that to my other drinking buddy. I just made it look like I drank, less than I did. All my lies were spread around. So I was thinking, but that made me lonely. So I knew that when I was hanging around with friend B, I couldn't tell him the stuff that friend A knew. I was trying to keep track of all these lies. And there was a loneliness to that, me managing this life of dishonesty. It's severely lonely. And again, that's another excuse to just, I wasn't even talking about that. Who am I talking with? I'm just drinking about those things at the end. Okay. And so learning how to share the rest of the format here is kind of getting your story right. So you can kind of see, you can join with the rest of humanity and also find your gifts that are unique to you. Right. So again, just a callback to the 4 spiritual activities from the Oxford group. This is essentially what the 12 steps are. You get good at surrendering. You get good at sharing. These are skills and these are attitudes and these are character traits. I'm good at surrendering. Surrendering. I'm not surrendering to, the person who's wrong in my business meeting, but I can surrender to, you know what? Well, maybe they're right. Let's ask some questions. Let's serve a higher principle of truth. We're all trying to find the truth. So can you help me? We're all trying to get to we're all trying to come up with the same idea, right? A-hole with the better idea, with the idea that you're real close-minded about. Well, cool. Can I challenge your thinking a little bit just so we can see if we can come up with any other, even a worse idea? Let's just brainstorm a little bit. It's surrendering to, I can't change somebody else's mind, but I can start to inquire. I can serve a higher truth. And maybe somebody else wants to do that too, because those 4 things, that Brennan Burchard drew up, that unity, service, recovery, we all want the same things. So if I can get on the same page with people, it's a very divided time in the world right now. Those are 4 things that everybody wants. When you start talking about your stuff, some people will be like, you're an asshole. I don't want you in my life anymore. Meaningful pursuits. Get the fuck out of here. You're making me feel bad. Why are you going for it? Don't you just want to be happy? Well, yeah. I'm happy now. I'm fulfilled now. And also, I think this is what's going to set me alive in 2026. My life is moving. I've moved towards the horizon. I keep on climbing over these mountain ranges. It was this peak that was impossible. Now I'm on top of the peak, and now I'm looking at all the other peaks and the valleys. I'm like, I want to go there. All right. So you start going on these things, and so surrender, sharing, amends, guidance. It's like literally picture if you were going to walk the Colorado Trail or something, you would have to have a relationship with surrender, with sharing, with amends, the ability to change and pivot and make things right is what amends are, right? To change, to practice living change and transformation, and guidance. If you were going to go on that Colorado Trail successfully, if you were going to be a Colorado goose, right? You'd have to get your lower level thinking out of the way and base it off this higher level thinking. So again, we're gonna pair people up probably later, okay? But what we're gonna do right now is what are the 3 most insane things you ever did around your addiction? Okay, and I want you to take 2 minutes. What are the 3 most insane things you ever did around your addiction right now? Okay, this is a step 1 activity that I do with most people, and I'm gonna play a little music for us. If you have any questions, just blurt them out. All right, y'all. Now, next, I want you to pick the craziest thing on there. Okay, circle it maybe. And when I did this with my sponsor, he gave it to me as a homework assignment and he said, write 10. So I came in and he said, okay, what's the craziest thing on there? And I told him, I said, oh, I'm still playing music. I said, yeah, it's, I drowned in a toilet one night on drugs. I didn't usually do hard drugs because I was an amateur, as evidenced by the story of drowning in a toilet. and because I drank to come down, so I drank about twice as much as I normally did. I already drank a lot as an alcoholic. This was kind of beginning. This was the beginning of the end for me. And um, and I drowned in a toilet, and I had a near death experience. And my buddy came in and saw me drowning in his toilet in his seedy Cap Hill apartment. He pulled me out and he shook me and he was pounding on me, and my face was gray and purple and or blue, and then I coughed up toilet water and I came back to life. And yeah, so that's mine. And bear in mind that this is going to be on the internet. Okay. So, and I'm going to ask if anybody would like to share theirs. What's the craziest thing? If you have the single most insane thing, there's there may be tragedy or something there too. Just bear in mind if you're going to share, I would ask anybody to share who's comfortable with this thing being on the internet because this is going to serve somebody else. Anybody want to share? Just jump in and do it.
Zach, let me throw this in. I abandoned my family. I walked out on a wife and two kids in a house just so I could drink and drug just the way I wanted.
Thank you, Dan. Everybody feel the shift there. Just profound. Just to stand in witness to the truth. That's the skill that Dan's really good at, and he's putting it on showcase. Thank you, Dan. It's beautiful. Caleb, I think you had unmuted. Do you want to share yours?
Yeah, I don't mind sharing this one. It's just, it was really not more of a tragedy one. There's just kind of just the insane things that liquor and drugs makes do. I was really drunk at my parents' house one day, and I had a old 22 rifle. We lived up in Castle Rock, and our house backed up to a field on Ridge Road. And I was really drunk one day, at 10 a.m. on a Tuesday, as one does. And I took that rifle and I just started shooting at cars that were driving by the field. Well, the road's about 100 yards away, so I don't think any of them made it to the road, but just was angry and mad at the world and wanted to take it out. So that's how I started taking it out.
Wow. Thank you for sharing. Again, just notice, I mean, I just get floored with this kind of stuff, the truths that we're holding on to. Thank you for sharing, Caleb. Thank you for sharing, Dan. Yeah, so I mean, we're all those you get the sense of that, like how we're all here together. What we're all doing these things, we're hanging on to it. Okay, so now normally we'd kind of break into partners, but if we were kind of in person, but I think what we're gonna do is Now you have your craziest thing, and now we're just going to keep proceeding because we're done with the first step now. Basically, we have one last part of it. Um, so now I just want to let you know this is what my sponsor did to me. Son of a bitch that he is, amazing, beautiful guy that changed my life. He goes, "Well, that's not the craziest thing that you ever did in your addiction, Zach." And I was like, "You don't know what I did. You don't know me. You think you know me." This was like, in our first couple weeks working together. Ha ha ha. He goes, "When did you get drunk after that?" And I go, "I don't think it was the next night. I think it was the night after. I think I took a night off." And he goes, "And what did you rationalize and tell yourself so that you could drink?" And I knew it. I was like, that I wasn't going to do Molly anymore because I did Molly that night, that I like drank twice as much. So as long as I stay away from my friend Molly, you know. And he goes, "That's the craziest thing you ever did. That's the most insane thing. You drank again, knowing what was going on, like knowing that it went to that level. You had a, you had a near death experience and you drank again." And I drank for 3 more years. Okay. Yeah. What was your rationale that time? So that is the first step. Okay. And if you're, if you're, doing the recovery thing, that's the first, that's how we do this thing. Okay. So welcome. If you just qualified yourself, this is now what we're going to do is we're going to go and we're actually going to practice. You're going to unmute yourself. If you're here live on the call, and I'm going to ask you the first step question. Okay. So if you can go ahead and everybody can unmute, and I'm going to ask you, and you're going to say yes or no. Okay. All right. The first step question is, do you concede to your innermost self that you have a problem or addiction you are unable to solve with your current level of thinking or power?
Yes.
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 Amazing. Whew. All right. Well, yay! Congratulations. By your own connection and honesty with the truth that resides deep down within you, you have just qualified for the next 12 or 11 steps if you said yes to that question. So congratulations, you're an addict. Just like apparently the 95% of the people in the world that are practicing an active addiction. Congratulations. All right. So now I'm going to go faster now because I've been mixing in some of the coaching elements along the way. So if you're just joining, the coaching elements, we've been kind of mixing those in along the way. We've been also talking about how to sponsor through each step along the way as well. And so I'm going to mute a couple of you guys. Yeah. So the principle. So we're going to go faster here, but also just to be aware, remember the Tony Robbins diagram and the Brennan Burchard diagram. The 12 steps is life coaching. Okay. The 12 steps is 10, 11, and 12 is the philosophy of what you want. So all these things are going to reveal things that you might want. Okay. These are skills, right? So hope is the skill where you're now, if you're already good at surrender, the action is surrender. You've already surrendered to this higher, this drug of choice. You're already living on your knees, perhaps, right? Probably. And now the time is to surrender to a new path. Okay, so we came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. A new path. Okay, hope is about a new path. And there we go. Okay, so Brene Brown, what a beautiful human being, inside and out. She's sober. She studies emotions. She's been sober since grad school, I think. She realized she was an addict and she got sober using the 12 steps. And I don't think she calls herself an alcoholic, but I do believe she still attends meetings. And she's made this huge contribution to the world. She is world famous. She's done TED Talks. She's done on Oprah. She's got a great podcast. So what she said is hope is the state of having a new path. And a state of hope exists when 3 things are present: a goal, something that you want. Okay. An aspiration, something that you want, a path to that goal, away from where I am to where the goal is, or who the goal is, who I am to who I would be having that goal. And third is agency to move down that path. GPA. You got to have a good GPA at some point in your life. And this is the real GPA. Okay. Not grade point average, but goal path agency. You got to know what you want. Right. And then you got to have a path to that thing that you want. And then you get an agency to move down that path. And as you're moving down that path to that thing you want, you're going to get all the neurochemicals that alcohol and drugs and sex and all the things that you were chasing provided artificially. You get the real thing when you're really going towards on a path that you really want to be on to a goal. Even if you never get to the goal, you get that whole, it changes your neurochemical reality as you're moving down the path to that goal. Oh my God. Raise your hands and shout a hallelujah. All right. This is all, so yes. So when we're doing this work, right, you're a path. Everybody else is a path. Everybody's a path. They all are based on what they want or what they don't know that they want and they're acting out. I think in drinking and drugging, ultimately deep down, I was in so much distress. I wanted to die, but I had to die slowly because if I died quickly, it would hurt people that didn't deserve that. People that cared about me, my family, my friends. It might have destroyed or maybe driven other people to suicide. A couple people that really loved me if I had died. So I couldn't die fast and I had to slowly remove myself. So I think what my goal was is I wanted to die. Or at least I think the real underlying thing was I wanted to not feel all these horrible feelings. That was my goal. And so by any means necessary. But what I found was now that I've been through those horrible feelings that nobody should ever have to feel, all stemming from loneliness and feeling like I'm a loser and feeling like I'm falling short, feeling like I'm completely lost because I didn't know what I wanted. What I really wanted. I didn't know my map. I didn't know what truly made me feel come alive because I never was exposed to this shit. Right. And I went to college. I was a D1 athlete. We had people coming in helping us and support. I won a national fucking championship as a Division I student athlete. And I was a straight A student. And I got out of college and I fell flat on my face after a girl broke up with me and had an abortion. Some real life got thrown at me and I wanted to go and drink about it because it just felt didn't feel safe with myself anymore. I started asking questions like, is there a hell? I think I'm experiencing it now. I didn't really believe in God. I was angry at God, if anything. I was in so much pain and torment. So I was doing these big things, but I was like, God, I cannot stand myself and I can't change either. But part of that was I didn't know what I wanted, right? I didn't have that language yet, like Brennan Burchard showed us, is maybe what the steps 10, 11, and 12 are really about. This daily philosophy to figure out where I am and where I want to go, who I want to be today. All right, so thank you, Brene, you beautiful human. Okay, now this is a crazy list, and we're just going to quickly touch on it. The whole damn thing about the second step of a higher power, power greater than ourselves. There's so many Bible beating people or God, it has to be God or whatever. No, it doesn't. I know so many people who use all of these words. They pick all the words that are as far away from the grossness of what's been happening with religion or whatever, in our lifetimes. It's a big workaround. And the thing is, you got to find something that ain't you, that's bigger than you. Now, the funny thing is it's also inside of you. It's also deep down within you. The great reality is deep down within you. But so I went through the big book, the 12 by 12, which is 12 steps and 12 traditions, which is, kind of the big book version, like part two. It's like, after 15 years of recovery. The big book was written when Bill had 4 years sober. I actually think it might have been almost 4 years. Like, I think it was like he was almost 4 years when he finished writing it. So it wasn't even at 4 years. And then the 12 and 12, I think he was 15 or 17 years sober when that came out. And those were all these essays that he had written over the years in their intervening years in the Grapevine, which was the publication to all the meetings that were starting up with a big book, and they needed more support material. So they were writing about 12 traditions and the 12 steps to help deepen the program, and then Came to Believe, which is another conference approved literature written by Bill about the spiritual experience. Okay, so pick one of these. If you don't like God, and notice he mentions Jesus at the very beginning in his own story, but just as a, what does he say? Jesus was fine and all, or something, as far as it went, but he considered the brotherhood of man a grim jest. After coming back from World War I, he was in the trenches in World War I. He had seen the quote brotherhood of man, right, in World War, that this global conflict. So anyway, so all of us are coming to this thing not wanting to do the God thing. And here's the thing: 12-step fellowship is still, it works better than every other modality of healing of addiction. And this is the big element that nobody really wants to confront, right? Nobody wants to, but here's the deal. It's the great reality. That's my favorite one, wherever that is. Great reality is, well, anyway, it's on here somewhere. That's my favorite one because it's capital G, capital R, great reality. I want better perspective on whatever the great reality is. That gives me more power over you fucks, right? I want power. I want, I was drinking and drugging so I could get new perspective and not feel how I was always feeling and stuff. Like I want power for sure. The great reality, none of us, we're all hallucinating, right? Like, none of us have a beat on what reality really is. But if I start to abide by some higher principle, whatever the geese are doing, they're abiding by something that's good. It's true. It's beautiful. It works. I want that too. And when I start doing that, all maybe what I could possibly be, all the things that could happen in my life, whatever potential I could imagine for myself could actually start happening. Okay. This was another comment I received just to keep you on your toes out there. Higher powers Jesus, without that knowledge a person is without. This guy was drunk when he wrote this, by the way. And what we found is all of us were agnostics in some way. Agnostic means not knowing. If religion was working so well, why are you drunk writing this at 1 a.m. or whatever? But also it works way better once you need the workaround of whatever it has been. The relationship has got to change, the relationship with you. There might be things in the way of you having the real relationship with Jesus or Buddha or whatever your deal is, or Father of Light, or that still small voice, whatever that is, the still small voice. I got to be able to hear it. So I got to do something with all those other crazy, insane, negative, hateful, vitriolic thoughts that are drowning out that still small voice, right? Perhaps that conscience is really guiding me. Okay. So we talked about the spiritual experience, contempt prior to investigation, the only way to inhibit your spiritual experience. People in near-death experiences, there's a doctor who wrote a book about near-death experiences. He didn't believe in near-death experiences. It's this phenomenon that happens 18% of the time when people lose consciousness in a cardiac event, like a heart attack. 18% of the time they have a near-death experience, to the point where they actually ask somebody who's coming to after a cardiac experience if they remember anything while they were unconscious. And they either say no, or they say, why do you ask? Because it's this crazy experience. And in those near-death experiences, what this doctor wrote in this book after studying thousands and thousands of these near-death experiences is he said what his overriding theme and belief is now, based on the evidence that he's studied, based on all of these accounts, these firsthand accounts. He said he believes that our brains don't tap into consciousness, they inhibit consciousness. That consciousness is everywhere, but our brains actually keep us from having consciousness. Like it filters it out so we can focus on whatever the thing is in front of us, learning how to walk, learning how to feed ourselves. Mom or dad, I need to get their attention so they can feed me because I'm hungry, or they need to change my diaper. And we learn how to filter everything else out except for the one thing that we need. Right. Mostly what our brains are doing are we have a million bits of information happening at any given moment, and our brains are filtering. Well, I mean, I'm not focused on the other shit happening in this room, right? I'm focusing on you. Okay. So, so what if our brains are actually inhibiting consciousness, and what if we could structure it in a way that we could kind of ride consciousness like a wave, okay, like surfing, and use it to our benefit. Okay, so it's as new agey and as weird as that sounds, it's kind of the spiritual experience when you really get into this stuff. Bill W. also said that he unwittingly created, that this is unwittingly like a program for mysticism. All right, so some of us actually, like for me, that's actually attractive. Late in his life, there's this new documentary called Conscious Contact, Bill W. Conscious Contact. It's on the internet for like $8. It's in the last couple months it came out. It's wonderful, and it's about the 11th step and how Bill W. practiced it. He only started meditating late in his life. He didn't understand what meditation was. He just thought it was closing your eyes and thinking about something, that can be meditation. But then he learned transcendental meditation and using like a mantra to kind of repeating a phrase again and again and again until when you repeat the phrase, all of a sudden it kind of starts to lose its meaning and it's just kind of noise. And then that noisiness kind of discombobulates you and knocks you off of your thinking. And then there's this oneness that starts to become available to you right underneath all of it. As soon as that thinking is made to sound like nonsense. All right. So he had this huge spiritual experience and he was like, I didn't know why I wrote the 11th step the way that I did. It was an inspiration. I felt some kind of intuitive inspiration to write it that way. And only when he was like in the last 2 years of his life did he learn transcendental meditation. They interview the guy that trained him because the guy that trained him was a young man at the time. And so anyway, so fascinating. And go yeah, check that out if you're a nerd like me. So yeah, so it's all a big workaround. Okay. This whole thing, it's it's meant to detox people from toxic religion. That's the intention of all this. So yeah, so it's not a theological God, it's not a religious God, it's one of your understanding, right? So however you need it to be. Um, okay, so yeah, core AA theology in one sentence is the point is that we are willing to believe in a power greater than ourselves. Period. That's it. Okay, so you can transform. So you can, I used to transform with a couple drinks. Now I'm going to transform by doing this inner work without anything external, just internally. How can I feel like I felt when I really liked myself when I was drinking? How can I, well, it's going to be inside and then it's going to be taking those insights from inside. And then I might have pain and somewhere in my internal world when I'm starting to do this spiritual work that I need to open my eyes and go do something in my life to attend to it. I can't just hide out in meditation. I need to act. Action and contemplation is these two things. They're inseparable, right? I can hide out in AA. I can hide out in the 12 steps rooms. I can hide out in a monastery. I can hide out in a meditation. But I have a wife and kids and a business, and I want to be in the world too, and I want to contribute here because it makes that part of my life even better. That's just me, right? Maybe that's you too. You do you, boo boo. Okay. All right. So now, oh my God, it's the second step question already. That was fast. It's another decision. These first three questions are just about decisions. Most of like high performance, I work with high performers. Really, a high performance is about making a decision. It's three things. It's three D's. It's discovery, figuring out what's going on. The second D is the decision. Maybe you've already made a decision, but you're not taking action. Maybe you haven't made a decision yet. Maybe there's too much information to make a decision. Maybe there's to make a decision that you feel good about. Maybe there's not enough information for you to make a decision about. So we play with that in order for you to make a decision. And then the third D is a deliberate action. So discovery, decision, deliberate action that you actually follow through with. I push people. I'm like, hey, let's fucking go. Like why are you paying me all this money? You're at the top or you're in all the pain anyway. Like, but if you're going to change, if you're going to do something new, a lot of times we don't want to go into the unknown, but that's where all the growth is. The unknown could going into the dragon's lair, not knowing what's going to be in there. We know a fucking dragon's in there, but it's all dark and but we're going into the unknown. And that's a lot of what this higher power thing is. This new path is, I don't know where it leads. I might totally change. I might be destroyed. I might not like myself, but I already hate myself now. So worst case scenario, I just hate myself more. And I'm really good at hating myself. I'm really good at loneliness. What if I started getting good at some other things when I lean into that? Okay. So now you can unmute. Second step question. Do you now believe, or are you at least willing to believe that there is a power greater than yourself, which could solve your problem?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, for me too. If you answered yes,
Woo!
congratulations. You have now
Yes.
just done the second step. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. High five, high five, high five. Great job, great job, great job. All right. Step 3. The principle is faith. It's another surrender. It's another decision. Okay, so I've just made a decision that I'm already surrendered. I'm already good at surrender because I've been surrendering to my higher power, which is my drug of choice. And I've already surrendered. I was treating it as a higher power, which is kind of like the second step. I already surrendered, to maybe a new higher power, that there could be something else out there besides drugs and alcohol that could make me feel the same level of good feeling. And maybe it's a principle underneath a bunch of actions that I'm going to get into. If I get into those actions, that principle will make me feel as good or better than what drinking was making me feel, because I'll build a life that I like and I'll build a person that I like and approve of. Okay. So now the next thing is I just got to surrender my will and my actions then. And what I've heard is that, we're doing just as we understood them, again, as we've covered here. And decide means to cut off. It means I'm making a commitment here. Okay. Will is my thinking, my emotions, and my ambitions. Remember that 10, 11, and 12 it was called my aspirations or my ambitions. Those are the four big ambitions and aspirations that I want. Well, I already want stuff. I already wanted, I think, step 1 and 2 for me established that I wanted to die. I was acting out a slow suicide. But really, it's because I wanted to not feel that pain anymore. I wanted to have other options of feeling available to me. The quality of life is the quality of your emotions. I only had this shitty template of shitty emotions: angry, sad, this infinite loop, the infinity symbol, angry, sad, angry, sad, angry, sad. And I just wanted to feel different. I wanted to have a life that I got to feel other emotions. So I got to turn in that template. So when I'm turning my will and my life over to the care of a higher power, I'm going, okay, I don't like how my template of thinking is. It's always about me and it's always negative. I never am thinking good things about me, or I'm thinking I'm the best. And that gets me into a whole bunch of trouble, but I'm never thinking like right sized. I'm never really thinking about others in a way other than wishing I was more like them or wishing they wouldn't bother me or judging them. Okay. So I got to trade in my thinking template and I want to trade in my emotions template. God, what do you want me to feel? What do you want me to be thinking about? And what do you want me to want? All right. So that's what God's will is, right? I'm trading it out. I'm trading my will out for his will. My will is what got me here. My thinking, my emotions, and my ambitions. I didn't even know what they were. Now I'm getting aware. And, the 3rd step prayer and the 6th step and the 11th step, they're these, the 7th step prayer, 6 and 11 are meditations. I'm going to get in there. Okay. I'm getting in here and I'm going to do some work so that alcohol and the other chemicals I was using, I'm not going to use those anymore to get in here and do that work. I'm going to go in there myself and I'm going to do discovery. I'm going to do decision making. I'm going to do deliberate action. So we're turning our lives, and our lives are our actions. So I'm turning my will and my life over to the care of this higher power, meaning I want whatever this higher power, some imagination that is far surpassed beyond my own, that can see every iteration of me over the horizon, every possible configuration of my parts. And I'm going, fucking make it dance, big man, or whatever you are. Make it good, make it serve, make it fun, make it good for me if I'm going to fucking stick around, or I'll kill myself with drugs and alcohol again. And it's not a threat. I don't mean to threaten. I mean, it's the reality. That's what I was doing. That little bullshit personal reality. I want that great reality. I want to I don't care if I play a tiny little part in that. I want a reality that's not the one that I've been living. So I got to turn my will and my life over, which is my thinking, my emotions, and my ambitions, what I want, over to what this other thing wants for me and how it wants me to act. All right. And it could just be whatever truth and love would have me do and be. Okay. So as we understood him, again, it's choose your own concept. And are we doing the full experiment? Okay. Now this is one of those things. I'm going to take a minute on this because it's massive and it's how I also sponsor. Okay, so thus I was convinced that God is concerned with us humans when we want him enough. When we want him enough, that's directions, that's guidance. Okay, when I want God enough. So I think steps 1 through 9 are about learning how to want God enough. Steps 10, 11, and 12 is so that I can actually have a working philosophy of figuring out what I want on a day-to-day basis, knowing that I have God available to me, God, all knowing, all loving, all powerful. And any dream that I have inside of me is not there for torture. It's there for me to do. And God will help me. And it's not and I'm talking to God about it, like, hey, you put this fucking thing in my head, I'm guessing, or whatever. You help me with this. Please. I want you plenty. Okay. So steps 1 through 9 is really, really realizing, like, I want to drink so bad. It's actually, the drink is a substitute for the spiritual experience. I want that other kind of spirit, that big spirit. Okay, so as long as I saw, I felt, and I believed, scales of pride and prejudice fell from my eyes. A new world came into view. A new worldview. A new worldview. I want you to remember that. Okay, worldview. That's why, to me, the 12 steps works better than these other modalities. And my best guess is because it's about worldview. It's about questioning, what are the assumptions that I'm making about the video game that I find myself in here? What are the rules? Who gets to win? How do I become one of those people? Okay. again from Bill's story here, the real significance of my experience in the cathedral burst upon me. He had the spiritual experience before he went to war. For a brief moment, I had needed and wanted God. So you can get this without being a drunk or an alcoholic yet. This was pre-addiction for him. For a brief moment, I had needed and wanted God. There had been a humble willingness to have him with me. Just a humble willingness. I'm willing and a humble way. I'll do whatever it takes. I want you in whatever it takes. I'll debase myself with drugs and alcohol to simulate that feeling that I have when you're, you know, in my presence or I'm in your presence. I have a humble, I've demonstrated that through my addiction. I'm demonstrating that again now in hopes that I can have some sort of relationship with you. And I'm okay if you don't want me to have that, I'm okay with that too. If I don't get it because I've been bad, okay, I accept that. But I'm still asking for it anyway. And if you are a loving God, I would suppose something might happen. We'll see. And I'm okay. If you're there, if you're really real, how can I find a way to get my blinders off so that if there was something real that powers the geese and how they move about and the trees and the rest of nature, maybe I could operate on something like that too. Maybe I'll begin to experience it if I stay in this humble willingness. Okay? And he came, it says. But soon the sense of his presence had been blotted out by worldly clamors, mostly those within myself. Within myself. And so it had been ever since, how blind I had been. I mean, I had flickers of this thing too, even in my drinking years, right? Anybody can relate? Anybody can relate? Yep, you're awake. Yep, you're alive. Yep, I'm shaking you by the shoulder and saying, I love that you're here, everybody. Okay, I love that you're here. I love that you're doing this work. Great job. And now we're going to work it. This is St. Augustine. Do not go outside yourself. The truth dwells within. How can you feel good no matter what on the inside without anything on the outside? No matter what's happening in your bank account, no matter how long it's been since your last drink or your drug of choice or whatever, can you go inside and be okay and make it beautiful on the inside? That's what this work is about. So you're surrendering to this higher power, this higher pattern. It's already inside of you. It's already powering you. Right? Just to go find it. The great reality was deep down within us all along. Another one of those like top 5 lines for me in the book. Okay, so this is the big thing here. This is a sponsorship element. I often talk about this in sponsorship. To me, what the 12 steps is so much is like helping a new person. And when we're talking about sponsorship right now, is really so much about the first 5 steps. You get those first 5 steps. We spend 2 or 3 conversations really going through steps 1 through 5. I promise them that when they come up to me, I go, well, hey, so you know, I practice the steps quickly like they used to do in the first days of Alcoholics Anonymous. So you're going to be on that very first phone call, you're going to be getting off that phone call, having practiced steps 1 through 5 with me, you know, with at least one line of inventory. You're going to practice all the way through on steps 4 and 5. You good with that? And they're like, yeah, you know, and you know, cause almost nobody, very few people, when I got through my 5th step, my sponsor, he quoted some statistic. He was like, you're in some rare air. Very few people finish their 5th step. And I was like, what? So all of a sudden I was only in AA for, you know, months at that point, but there had been people who had been coming for years or decades and they hadn't finished a 4th and a 5th step. Now I was ahead of them. I liked that because I was an asshole. Okay. And I wanted to be ahead of people. Okay. So these 4 worldviews. Okay. Sorry. I'm getting my big bald head in there. We had to fearlessly face the proposition that either God is everything or else he is nothing. God either is or he isn't. What was our choice to be? This line changed my life. This is when I started to do, I realized when my sponsor read me this line that there was a part of the experiment that I hadn't done yet. I'm a science guy. I'm a rational guy, even when I was mentally ill. Okay. What I found is there's all this peer-reviewed research about spirituality, spiritual health, whatever that even means, and how it relates to your mental health, yours and mine. So what they found is roughly speaking, there's 4 worldviews based on this construct, and argue with it all you need to. I would definitely be arguing with it, but there's a bunch of research behind this, and I think there's a slide in here that quotes all the studies. Okay. So what we found was God is either everything or else he is nothing. Okay. And so for me, I needed a loving God. I need God to be present and I need God to be loving. Okay. And so there's all these studies about those things. What they said, what was revealed in these studies was they were asking the question of under which conditions what are the worldviews for the people, worldviews, meaning the construct of reality. If God, whatever your relationship with God is your relationship with reality. If you hate God, do you also hate reality? Do you want nothing to do with God? You don't believe in God. You don't believe in reality. You want nothing to do with reality. I was all of those things. I was in those worldviews. These are four worldviews that you can pretend are real. And my thought, if pretend or to believe something is simply just a thought. I'm acting as though this thought is true over the other thoughts that might occur in my head. I'm just pretending that this particular thought is true. So, just as a, we don't know if this is actually true or not, if there's any true worldview. We just know that certain worldviews are associated with better mental health and certain worldviews are associated with worse mental health. And measurably, what they mean by that, better and worse, what that means is a higher incidence of mental illness and a lower incidence of mental illness. So, people with high levels of mental illness, they would be reporting anxiety, depression. Those are the two big ones. OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, and obviously drinking and drugging, like alcohol use disorders. Those are also categorized as mental health issues, right? Bipolar. A ton of people I know have been diagnosed bipolar. What's another DID, dissociative disorder. I think that was formerly multiple well, anyway, so you hear all the big ones. And all the big ones have to do with the dopamine dysregulation, by the way. That your dopamine system is firing incorrectly. Now, what they used to say was, oh, if you have a deficiency, it's because it was there in birth, and now you have to take these drugs for the rest of your life. Now there's new evidence. Again, don't take it from me, but there's new evidence that says it's not a deficiency that's permanent. It might be a deficiency that's related to things like your worldview and how the kind of life that you're acting out. Okay, so if you're regularly exercising, right? And so we also know that there's like a profit margin and an incentive to convince you that you have to take their product for the rest of your life. Okay, so I'm just saying do your own research and talk to your own doctors. Okay, but just that we're in this very strange time in history where people don't trust their doctors very much anymore. Okay, all right. So you and look, and addicts are fucking dying about that stuff, by the way, being prescribed pain pills and then they get hooked on it. All right, in the last 10, 20 years. Like it's crazy shit right now. Okay, so these are the four, roughly speaking, the four worldviews that I found of what they said was people with the best mental health had they were living in a world that they pretended that their higher power was present and loving. They had the best mental health. So people with the best mental health, the lowest markers for all those mental health issues, often related to dopamine and not having a path. Okay, dopamine and a path kind of go hand in hand. All right. The people, the lowest incidence for mental health issues had a higher power. This is cross cultural, cross religion, and all that stuff. They had a higher power that was present, and their higher power was loving. The people around them also tended to have, they also measured the people around them because that can create friction. Is if they have a different worldview than you, it can really fuck with you. Or if you have a different worldview than them, like, so it can really mess with you based on the people around you. Okay. So now, so there's four here. I want you to take a minute to go, which one is the one that's the healthiest? Well, I just said it. It's top left, present and loving. I want you to take a look at the rest of them. Distant comfort is no evidence of God being present, but evidence of God being loving. We don't know if God's present or loving. Am I finding evidence? Am I pretending that it's real? And if I'm pretending that it's real, that's how to do the experiment. If I pretend, like if I'm going to buy a car, my brain starts showing me that car everywhere on the road, right? And even cars similar to that car, but not that car. Like we bought a Tahoe last year, and my brain started showing me all the cars on the road all of a sudden became Tahoes. I don't think I was manifesting that. My brain suddenly understood that I gave my brain a target, and my brain was like, there's a Tahoe, there's a Tahoe, there's a Tahoe, there's a Suburban. Do you want a Suburban? You want more Suburbans? What about, it's like the ad algorithm, right? That's what my brain is doing. What about an Escalade, right? Like things similar to a Tahoe. Okay. So when I'm running the full experiment of worldview, I actually pretend that this is the case. That's how you would get evidence. So if you've never run all four of these, I would highly recommend it. Okay, so I just want you to take a moment and guess. We know that present and loving, if you're looking for evidence of present and loving and you're pretending that it's real, that you will have a reliable connection. Okay, you'll have a secure attachment with this higher power. You will develop that. you'll get better mental health. That is the people with the best mental health on the planet. Okay, now I want you to look at the other three. Distant comfort, which is no evidence of present, but evidence of loving. It's loving, but it's not here. And then going to the bottom row, no evidence of loving, but evidence of present. So God is present, but not loving. That would be the critic or the judge. However you perceive God with you is probably how you're going to act with others, is the idea there. You're going to reflect your worldview outwardly. Massive concept, but let's start playing the game at a bigger level. And then finally, bottom right is naturalism, is no evidence that God is loving, no evidence that God is present. So this is people that might be agnostic or might be atheists or might just be really good people that would never be caught dead in a church for all the things the church has done, right? Or religion has done, right? Okay, so now we're going to reveal the answers. Here we go. Okay, and this is a guy, Alex O'Connor. He's this brilliant dude. He's born in 1999. I just had to make a note of that. This dude's so much smarter than me and everybody, and he's born in 1999. Like, holy shit. The next generation is going to save the world. Thank you, God. He's a genius and he's an agnostic. And he's brutally brilliant. And he will contend in a way better than a lot of the agnostics that I used to love, the atheists that I used to love, like Christopher Hitchens. He has these very sophisticated arguments, but he acknowledges, he said, there are certain ways of trying on a worldview that you can only really do if you believe it already. So believe it means believe is to be living it. So to be living it is to pretend that that thought is real. God is present. God is loving. God is not present. God is not loving. And there's no evidence of that, and surprise me, God, if you're real. Okay. But, so he's saying in order to do that top left worldview, if you want better mental health, great. But what if it wasn't true? Well, you got to pretend if you're going to really do the experiment. Okay. So this guy, Alex O'Connor, he's starting to like shift. I've just noticed because he wants to contend with it. So he's actually doing the experiment. Just fascinating to me. Okay. And he's British, so it's just great to listen to him. I would highly advise. Okay. So these are how the four worldviews shake out, with green being go, the highest level of health, and yellow being caution, that it's not totally, dependent internally. It's also partly to do with your external world. And then red is the people with the highest level of mental health issues on the planet, across culture, across religion. These are the four worldviews of mental health and mental distress. So does that fit? If you're watching I want you to drop something in the chat right now of, how many of these have you tried? Okay. For me, I've now tried all four. Okay. When I got to AA, I had only tried those three of those. Okay. And there's all this research, all this extra language that I put in there, like the critic and the judge. They have the worst well-being in the studies. These are peer-reviewed studies. This is, again, the highest credibility level for research out there, and studying, scientific study is peer-reviewed research. That's what all of this is based on. So the critic and the judge mindset of worldview of God is present, but God is not loving. I mean, just imagine that, right? Like God's here and he's pissed, right? Yeah, good. Okay, we got 3, we got 2. Yeah, God's here, God's pissed, God's angry with you. So what are you doing in the shower there, buddy? And or hey, are God's chosen certain people over others? So you get a lot of religious people in this one, is what I found. And what I would say in general is that, like, so the school shooters at like Columbine, Newtown, when you read their manifestos, a lot of them were in this camp as well, in the religious camp, in the critic and judge camp. Like they acted as a judge. And what they were acting as a judge was they felt like reality, their construct of reality. If you read the Columbine shooters, they talked about, I'll just add one more thing in there. We don't know what the correct and superior worldview is. We just know that this is the evidence, based on mental health issues, how these humans on the planet, these human geese, like, we respond best when we are operating like it's present and it's loving. So the school shooters at Columbine, they had this thing going on in their head where they were like, it's strange walking around knowing that we're going to be dead, and that this reality is nothing but pain and torment for us. They make fun of us, they ridicule us, they talk down to us, they act better than us. And what we're going to do is we're going to attack aback, like a hero. It's like a hero story. Okay, so we're gonna go shoot the most innocent ones. They went around and asked, "Do you believe in God?" And if they said yes, they shot them. And if they said no, they didn't shoot them. Right. So they're trying to get the people that represented some. It was a religious rebellion, right? And so, which is just mind-boggling when you put it at that level. So it makes you understand. What I like about this is it helps me understand the darkness of that. And I remember growing up in Littleton. I was in high school when that happened. In Littleton Public Schools, but not at Columbine that day. And I knew kids that were at that school. I played hockey with kids at that school. So it was a traumatic experience in some way for me. Not like I was at the school, but I was at that age. It was the first big school shooting. Now there's one every week, um, and it was one of those moments where hearing that they were like trench coat mafia and they were the kids that were like kind of getting picked on and kind of, and as a sophomore at Arapahoe High School, I had almost no friends. Like I would go the whole day. I didn't drink yet. I had never had a drink yet. I was so stressed out trying to be this high performer, being this perfectionist. And I could identify with guys that were striking back against the system. I was like, yeah, I don't like the popular kids either. Like, you know, I could identify with that darkness. So I too have practiced that. I've also, when I found God and found, spirituality worked, I also looked down at my nose. I've been that spiritual guy that like is arrogant about it, you know, like just brutal ego, even with spirituality, right? Like, oh, well, they don't know anything. They've never meditated like I meditated, like, right. So I've been doing this critical judge. Thank you for laughing, Kyle. Like I've been doing that critical judgment too. And so you can swing through this all four in a day. But since I've been doing that reliable connection one that God's present and loving, that's this rocket ship that I've been on ever since then. I pretend that God is real and I pretend that it's loving and it's right here. God's everything or else it's nothing. And I acted out. So this is not just a throwaway line in the big book. I mean, that changed my life. I realized I had a choice in it. I could choose that God was real. And then if God was real, that's when God would show up. That's part of the experiment. And I can't believe that I'm the only dumb shit saying this stuff. I'm not the only one. I know other people have done that, but well, Alex O'Connor figured it out. He's brilliant. Okay. So maybe I figured out something that a brilliant guy also figured out. Okay. So that's the deal here is we're here to practice the thing. And if you've never done that, hello, 2026, start doing it. Pretend that God is speaking through me to you. And it's going to be my bullshit in here too. So watch out. It's a lighthouse. Watch out for the rocks. You'll see my imperfections, but you'll also see maybe some higher principle and higher patterning for you. Okay. All right. So if you want the info on all this or all the research on it, you can go read this yourself. You can screenshot this and put it into ChatGPT or something and get an idea of, deep. You can go read through those more deeply. AI has really changed research. If you're really adamant with AI about certain things, you can actually get some great research a lot easier and start to understand things that are really complex in a much simpler way. Okay. I know this. Yeah, this is a big level thing. So thank you guys for hanging in there. That I don't know exactly what it is, but I studied that in when I was in that semester at seminary. That's the work that I did. I was like, what the fuck happened to me? How did a spiritual program solve my mental health issue? And that's all the research that I found. And I did this whole deep dive on the image of God. You're made in the image of God that you believe in. That whole thing from the Bible of, we are created in the image of God. What I think that means is whatever your higher power has been, you're created in that thing's image. And for a period of time, you can choose what higher power you have. Alcohol was mine for a while. Perfectionism was mine. So I was living a life created in the image of perfectionism. I was living the life in the image of I have to drink every night to be connected with this higher power in a significant way. Okay, so that whatever that image is, I became a drunk. I debased myself and I had to make a show out of it because that was my new identity as I was getting into it. I was a shit show. 10 years, in high school, I was so straight laced and narrow and, I had to be perfect. And I learned how to drink and I lightened up and I was able to make friends and sleep with girls. But then I had to be a shit show all the time. My friend, so now I get options. Okay. Now I get options. All right. So I'm just going through those. So if people want to screenshot those things, they can. Okay. Now, so what I'd like to do with the third step prayer is I just throw it up there and I'm going to go ahead and say, however you want to do the third step prayer, you do it your way. Okay? You do the third step prayer your way. And write it how you want to write it. That's how they were doing it back in the day with Dr. Bob, right? They developed the third step prayer based on bringing drunks in from the front porch and having them go up to the surrender room where they'd sleep it off. But before they got into bed, they'd kneel down on the rug in front of the bed together and they would turn their lives over to the care of this higher power. And Bob was a staunch Christian, conservative, and the guys that were coming to visit him sometimes weren't, sometimes were, all over the map, but they'd surrender. They'd roll into bed, they'd sleep it off, they'd wake up, they'd do their inventory, they'd get on a bus or a train to go back home to make their amends and go help somebody get sober, and they'd start a meeting by sponsoring someone. Okay? So now we're going to say this together, and we're going to stay muted, but I'd like you to say this out loud. Okay? Because it's going to be a mess if we unmute. Do you guys want to unmute or do you guys want to stay muted? Okay. All right. Beth, that's enough. You're a leader. Thank you. All right. So here, we're going to go right now. Okay. So if there's any word that you want to change, I trust that you've changed it. If you don't want to proceed until you've changed it, that's totally cool. We're going to fly through the next couple things here. So right now we're just going to take a moment, settle in, and we're going to make a commitment to go on a new path. Okay. And it starts with God. I offer myself to thee, to build with me and to do with me as thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do thy will. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those I would help, of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. May I do thy will always. All right, keep coming back. It works if you work it. Beautiful. All right. By the power vested in me, if you did that prayer, or if you even contended with it and you intend to do it later, congratulations! You have completed the first 3 steps. If you've never completed the first 3 steps, welcome. Anytime when I roll out of bed in the morning and get onto my knees and do the 3rd step prayer, I don't do that still. I go and meditate. Meditation is the 6th step, and it's a power move. Meditation. So when I roll out of bed and go meditate right away, I'm practicing the 6th step and the 11th step. I'm rocketing right to there. So anytime you're practicing a step, you're practicing all the steps before it as well, is how I understand these steps. And that's how I practice these steps. And that's how I teach these steps. And it seems to go well when people understand that. It's a power move. You go to a meeting and all of a sudden everything's good, because in a meeting, you're practicing recovery unity service, right? You're listening, you're letting some of that, if you're listening at all, even if you're just sitting there, that's being of service. And you walk out usually feeling a little bit better than when you walked in. Sometimes a lot better, right? So anytime I'm helping somebody, if I do the dishes without being asked and without asking for credit later, that's an act of service. It makes me feel good, and I feel good for a while, a long while. If I see the dishes and I don't do it and I keep on not doing it and I don't say anything about it, and it's an opportunity for me to help, but I keep on, that it's shining to me like some kind of spiritual thing, like, I could do that, but I walk right by it, I start to feel bad over time. So my point is never look at the kitchen sink. All right. So congratulations, y'all. All right. So again, the surrender steps, the path is within you. It's found when you surrender your outer and inner life. Okay. So now, I just want to check in with everybody. So for those of you who joined late, we were mixing in a lot of step work in here. Okay. And so I want to honor our time because we have an hour left, and I want to get into some coaching stuff. We were doing a bunch of coaching stuff at the beginning to kind of lay a lot of groundwork and showing 10, 11, and 12 as Tony Robbins practices it with his really successful people, as Brendan Burchard, the coach, practices it with his billionaires. 10, 11, and 12 is like, it's a life philosophy, And so if you're drinking, you already have, that's your life philosophy. That fills those same buckets that we want filled. It just fills it in a way that's chemical. It doesn't actually change your life, right? At first, maybe it did for a little while. It made you get into action, but then after a while, it gets you more and more into inaction. So that's essentially what the 12 steps are and how to practice them. I just want to check in with the group here and say, we're at step 4, and I want you to get into the chat and make a vote. We can go finish through steps 4 through 9 now, and 10, 11, and 12 is kind of built in already. Or we can start doing some life map coaching in this last hour that we're together. So I want you to make your vote now. So either it's going to be 4 through 9 or life map. Okay, 4 through 9 or life map. Okay, Kyle wants steps. Um, and I will also make a cat 4 through 9. Okay, life map. Life. Okay, I got 4 3 3 right now. Okay, so I have a little bit of A, a little bit from B. Okay, so is that all the votes? Let me look at this. So what I'm seeing is that we kind of have a little bit of both. I'm seeing a little bit of both. Now it's four. Now Steps is taking a lead. Okay. All right. So okay, I'm gonna keep going on 4 and 5, and then I think I'm just gonna do some coaching because from there on out, to be honest with you, for the amends portion, you got to link up with somebody. Okay. And so what I'm gonna do is after this whole thing, what we're gonna do around that is to go through steps 6 through 9 or 8 and 9 to do your amends. That's something that you'll definitely want to get hooked up with somebody else to do. I'm going to train you real quick on the 4th step and the 5th step. We're not going to actually do the 4th and 5th step today, but I'm going to set you up with a partner on the other end of this. So what I'll do is I'll be reaching out to people to say, if you want in to be partnered up with somebody here, then I will have a partner. I'll set you up with a partner. And if there is no partner, I'll do it myself. Okay. So that's my promise to you. So I'm going to set you up so that you can go through all of these steps with another person. 4 through 9 is the sharing portion. And you would be missing out if you were only getting it here and you weren't actually having the conversation with somebody else. But it doesn't have to be, a 17-month escapade. It can be a 17-minute thing is kind of how we learn it. Okay. So courage is the 4-step principle. Courage means heart. And we're starting sharing. Okay. We're going to get to know ourselves so that we can lead. We can know ourselves, we can lead ourselves so that we can know and lead others. Okay, so a couple quotes from some masters here. If you hate a person, then you're defeated by them. They own you, is what Confucius says. Okay, and then Sigmund Freud, who did enough cocaine to kill a small horse. Unexpressed emotion will never die. They are buried alive and they will come forth later in uglier ways. I love this. Okay, so Freud was the father of modern psychology, right? The study of how we think, modern psychology. All right. And so vigorous action. Okay. So they say, do this right away. 1, 2, 3, boom, you're good. Let's go. Though our decision was a vital and crucial step, it could have little permanent effect unless at once followed by a strenuous effort to face and to be rid of the things in ourselves which had been blocking us. So we're talking about 4 and 5, getting right into the inventory. Okay, we're not putting it off. Okay, that's the big book. We're not putting it off. We're doing it right away. Again, they did it fast back in the day. The big book was written when they were doing it fast. They did not mean for us to slow down and take 18 months to do it. Okay, so this is the current 4-step that I use. Okay, it's a 4-column 4th step. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to train you on this 4-column 4th step because a lot of us are doing it. What I found by doing these trainings is people like this one more than the back to basics one. This is the current model, but what it does is we're just going to get into it. It's just, the idea here is thoroughness, and thoroughness, when you're really thorough with something, you feel it. Like, I want you to acknowledge that you've been here for 3 hours, right? For most of you. And for all of you, you showed up, you set something up and you fucking followed through with it. That's thorough. That is what thoroughness is. Thorough is also a feeling of integrity. It's a felt sense of integrity. Guess what the 5th-step principle is? It's integrity. It's a feeling of wholeness, a felt sense and experience of aliveness and wholeness. Remember aliveness from Brendan Burchard? That's kind of like what recovery is, a big portion of it. So much of this program is 1 through 5 is just returning to a place of integrity. Another definition of integrity is self-approval. I'm not looking to the outside world for approval. I want to approve of me. I didn't even know that was an option until a year or two into this program, when I all of a sudden did approve of what I was doing. I'd never felt a sense of self-approval, a sense of integrity. Okay, so thoroughness is the baseline that we're going for here. So when we're doing this, what we want to do is, it's like we're pouring ourselves out. I've heard some people talk about it like it's like taking a shit. Okay. And when you're doing an inventory, it's because you haven't cleaned up. You've been shitting your pants for 10 years and you've never cleaned it up, and it is a god awful mess. You've never cleaned up down there. So you got to change the diaper, right? So you pull off the diaper, and that's one thing, but then it's like this whole other, you got to get the hose out, right? You got to get a vat of acid perhaps, and you got to clean up. And that's what that's what this is about. We're getting into those little folds down there, whatever, those little creases, in those special places, and we're getting cleaned up. And then once you're cleaned up, well, you're not going to not shit yourself again. You're gonna go and do that again in your life. And now you know how to clean it up. And now you know that every day there's gonna be a little bit more waste produced by your waste system. There's gonna be extra stuff that gets built up and you're gonna dispose of it. And over time, there's gonna be patterns of it. Of like, oh, that keeps coming up. That's kind of funny. Like, oh, I must have eaten corn yesterday. Okay, like these things are unmistakable and they come up. And once you learn how to clean it up, then it's just a daily action. But the first one is usually a special one because it's not been cleaned maybe ever. And now you have a system for it and you've just been putting it off. Like I had 7 years of back taxes, but now I just got to pay my taxes every year. And I love paying my taxes because I know how to do it now. I was initiated into it and the IRS was actually lovely about it. Okay, so from left to right. Okay, so the first thing is you go into this first column and you write down the name of the person or the entity or even the situation. This is just a way to figure out what's bothering me. Okay, I have a dis-ease in step one. I don't feel right. Something is irking me and I don't know what it is. I don't know what I want, but I know that I've got this negative feeling about something. Okay, so, well, what is it? Okay, so this would be where you throw in a person or an entity. An entity could be like the IRS or the government or I don't know, people under 5 feet, which would apply to children and perhaps dwarves or something. Okay, so like I don't know, just arbitrarily, um, rich people, whatever. Okay, so that could be an entity. All right, so and then the situation might be I got fired or something like that. So this is a way to actually kind of go through any sort of thing so that being fired, it might be, well, it's about my work and it's about my boss and it's about, so it might be a couple different sheets of paper here. You can also just do this, on the back of a sheet of paper, where it's and you can just line it out, so you have four, make the columns up, okay? Um so now so the first column, and I also like to put in the first column, I like to do roles that they played in my life as well, because every role comes with rules that are unconscious to me, but I have rules for roles. So my wife has, I think, the most roles of anybody in my life because my wife is my wife. So I put her name. Her name's Katie, and so if I have and I'm assuming if you're new to sobriety, you're gonna have resentments with all the people that you quote shouldn't have, right? Like people that died, people that you love, close family members, your spouse, like your kids. You're gonna have resentments with everybody because you're toxic. Okay. Did you know that? Did you not know that? I'm sorry if that's news. Okay. We're all toxic when we show up here. We're all because we have these negative stuff going on inside and we got to clean it all out and get some freshness in there. So I'm gonna put under she's my wife. She's also my girlfriend. There's some subtle differences with wives and girlfriends. For some people, they don't have sex with girlfriends, but they have sex with wives or their wife or their husband or whatever. But certainly they date, right? So they date, they want to keep dating their girlfriend. If you want your girlfriend or your boyfriend to become your fiance or become your husband or your wife, like you got to keep dating. You got to keep that pursuit, meaningful pursuit. You got to have that pursuit because the pursuit builds the meaning, but you also got to have the meaning, right? Or else it's unbalanced. You're gonna pursuit. When I was a fuck boy, it was all pursuit and no meaning. Okay, so it got to a certain level of meaning, and it was like, okay, now we're gonna get married, and I don't want to strap her to this bomb that's gonna go off. Okay, so I'm gonna put in all these roles. Okay, so she's also my finance partner. She's also my baby mama. She's also my roommate. She's also my best friend. She's also my confidant. She's also my, what else would be there? Sex partner. She's my sex partner. So all of those come with rules, right? All of those come with rules. Okay. So just to know that with every role that I add onto that, there will be more rules that come with that. unconscious rules. And so the idea of the second column is, what rules are they breaking? Okay, where are they upsetting my feelings? And this is an opportunity. We talk about recovery as being finding something that was lost. That's one definition of it. Healing, okay, growing. Well, recovering something that was lost, when I'm doing the recovery work, whoo, okay, I want to hear from all the parts of me that have a complaint. I want to hear from all those parts. Okay, so when I'm doing a four-step inventory on the phone with these people, I send them a link from my website, which has this on it. And I go, we're going to go through through columns 1 and 2 today on one person. And that usually takes about 30 minutes, maybe 15 if we're really quick. So I introduce the whole program, 10, 11, and 12, and talk about this is a daily program. And as long as we take these daily actions and fill our life up this way with these actions, that will make me feel so good over time. I'll get better at it that I won't have to have a drink. And I know how to stay sober one day at a time because I know how to go to meetings and make phone calls and read the book and listen to another speaker tape and say a prayer to a God I don't believe in or I'm angry at or do a meditation. I'm learning how to do all these skills, which will keep me from drinking today so that I can slowly but surely start to learn how to fill these buckets up of recovery, unity, service, AKA aliveness, growth, connection, and meaningful pursuits, as Brendan Burchard, the coach, would put it. That I'm going to fill those buckets up with real things, real actions, real goals, real, decisions and action and deliberate action towards those goals. Okay. And this is so in that conversation, I'm introducing, roughly speaking, those first 12 steps, how they all fit together. And then we work 1, 2, and 3, just how we kind of did it here. And then we get into 4 and 5. And they're off the phone call feeling better about themselves is usually what happens. Now, if we can go all the way across in columns 3 and 4 in a single hour, great. But sometimes it might take an hour and a half to do that, just as a heads up. So sometimes I'll say, how long do you have for this first conversation? Can you do an hour and a half? And sometimes for a newcomer, sometimes I don't tell them that it might be an hour and a half because I don't want to scare them off. So I just say, we're going to talk at 9 a.m. and, in 6 weeks time or 3 weeks time, you're going to be raising your hand to sponsor. Okay. So that's how this happens in sponsorship again. Okay. As a sponsor, that's how this comes up. So in that first conversation, I go, okay, cool. So what did they do to hurt, threaten, or interfere with you? Okay. And this is another at zachbloom.com/resources. This is where I keep this stuff. There's also a bunch of stuff like this on silkworth.net, and the internet is flooded with great inventory options. This is just the one that I use. Okay. And they all work. They all get another aspect of it. Okay. So what I do is I do the directions and I write bullet point complaints. One of the skills that we're working on here, and I will tell them this ahead of time, is, hey, I know that you maybe have never told these stories out loud before, and the ones that you have, maybe you were drinking and you may not know how to clip it. Like, what we're looking for is distilling this down into something that I can read and totally get. Okay, like my friend, my best friend betrayed me. Okay, so I just write bullet point, put his name, betrayed me, stole my girlfriend, made fun of me, um, you know, made it about him in front of other people, like made me look bad in front of other people. Just big chunky things. And instead of doing the drunkalog of, well, it all started in the 1900s when we were hanging out at Arapahoe High School, and like, that's going to kill somebody, right? Like the person, the person giving the inventory, not taking. I've heard so many fifth steps. What I do now is I go, is it cool with you if I interrupt you at times, to bring you back onto, so that we can move through this quickly today, so you can get that good feeling of, to really understand what thoroughness feels like today. Thoroughness is not tell your whole life story as long as you want to tell it. Thoroughness is bullet point the whole fucking thing, and don't leave anything out of those bullet points. Does that make sense? Throw your hands up if you're feeling it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, great job, everybody. Okay, so we're looking for bullet points to get this toxicity up and out. I want to get it all out. I want to give the microphone to all those little parts that we're looking to recover. You're not whole, but all the parts are in there. So great reality has to do partly with being whole. Getting the microphone. Throw the book at this person. It's like if you were putting them on trial, you want every witness that you have of all the shit that they did to come in here and throw the book at them. You don't want to do it in 2 parts if you can't. It says do it right away. Right? So if you're going to do one, like, do one all the way is what I would say. Okay. So thoroughly, you go through it. Where did they see those clearing questions at the bottom there? I have these 4 questions that I ask, and this is the coach in me. What I found is I'm talking to their unconscious mind. I'm getting answers from their unconscious mind. So I'm going, is there anything else that this person did that has hurt, threatened, or interfered with you that hasn't already been accounted for, that you haven't already listed? And I ask them that again and again and again. So what I do is I'll go, okay, so I'll help them get the first time they go through it, it's going to be all over the place. And so I'll be like, okay, so I'm going to interrupt you there. Is it cool if I interrupt? Okay, so hang on. So everything that you just said, write that down. Okay, so what did you just say? Like, oh yeah, okay, so this person cheated on you. Okay, and they stole your money. Okay, cool. And what else did they do to hurt, threaten, or interfere with you that hasn't already been listed? Cool. Write that down. Okay, what else? Write that down. Okay. So what I found is the way that the memory seems to work is it's part of living tissue and wherever else memory is stored. They don't even know if it's stored in the brain, by the way, which is wild and spiritual. Literally, this is what science is saying right now. So wherever it takes them a minute to kind of access that, what I found is it's kind of like there's a memory bank that's infinite, and then it's their conscious memory, which is like a Google search or a chat GPT that you enter in a prompt. Like, what have they done to hurt, threaten, or interfere with you that you haven't already listed? Um, and they'll come, oh yeah, there's something. Hang on, there's something. Oh yeah, summertime. What was that? Oh yeah, they pushed me into the pool and they made fun of my genitals in front of people or whatever. Yeah, it's horrible. Okay, so it takes a second. So to be thorough as the sponsor and as the sponsee to understand it takes a second. And so people will say, "Yep, that's it. That's everything," because they want to move on. They want to get going. Yeah, I've written down 5 things. Here are the 5 things. I go, okay, cool. So in between, from as homework from session 1 to session 2, a week later, I'll say, I'm going to push you here, and I'm going to challenge you to write 5 of these things. We're going to get through way more if you do work in between. And don't worry if you do zero work in between, we're still going to do it. It's just going to be verbally. So if you don't do the homework, we're going to do the homework together. It's just going to take a lot longer. And usually they go, "Oh, fuck that." What I found over the years is they used to not do the homework, but then over the course of time, however I explain it now is kind of like that. Now they tend to do the homework. I just go, "Look, it's your program. You do your life however you want to do it." I had a hell of a time getting myself to put pen to paper, but you seem like a go-getter. So we'll see. And I don't judge him at all. Like I took me 5 months to do my 4 step. And I was doing it alone. I had suicidal thoughts in the middle of it, and me and my sponsor weren't meeting because he was like, "Okay, let me know when you're done." And I didn't know how to do this stuff, right? And again, he had never gotten somebody that far. So I had a hell of a time getting through it. But eventually, at the speed of my own pain, instead of drinking, instead of having suicidal thoughts linger, I would do the 3rd step prayer out loud to drown out all of those suicidal thoughts. Literally, I'd never had them before in my entire life. That's what the drinking, the drugs were doing, right? And I would just start writing, they went away. I just understood intuitively. I think I need to finish my 4th step. I think that's what this is about because I'd put it down because of that abortion. I wrote it. I wrote about the abortion, the gal that had broken up with me, and I wrote down in the second column, made me feel like I hate myself. And I didn't know that I hated myself until that moment. And I put down the pen. It scared the shit out of me. I put down the pen and I didn't pick it up again for 3 weeks. And in the intervening 3 weeks, I started to get suicidal thoughts. There's a reason we were drinking like this and drugging like this and avoiding that inner reality, people. Oh my goodness. So it's advised that you do this with somebody else. Okay. Now I'm of the opinion that human beings are incredibly sturdy and resilient. So if you want to do it alone, if you're out there in the internet watching this on a Google search, having a few glasses of wine one night, it really only works when you're dead ass sober. I've tried taking people through this who are doing who smoke a little weed and stuff like that. It's hard. I ask them, "Look, please don't smoke weed while we're doing this because I need you to be feeling shit. I need you to know if you've got, a kernel of poo somewhere. I need you to feel that stuff." But it's a psychological feeling. What I found is weed dulls that. All these other, drugs can dull that. Now, if you're in psych meds, talk to your doctor. Don't get off the psych meds. Talk to your doctor about all that stuff. But all those things will figure themselves out. But do it the best of your ability. So you want to be thorough here. Okay. So be thorough as you go through this, clear the cache. And so people will write down, okay, I wrote down 5 things in the second column. Cool. And I'll say, cool. Right. Tell me exactly what you wrote. Don't say anything else beyond that. Because I'm telling them, like, it's a skill of distilling down. It's a spiritual skill to take this giant resentment and to put on paper, here's what bothered me in 5 sentences. And it's thorough. Okay. These are massive life skills. These are powerful leadership skills. And that's what we're training. Get your story right. Get your story concise. The more I've shared over the years, I got my story down. I've told these stories so many times. I still feel things when I share them, but it gets more and more concise, more and more powerful, more and more effective in my language. So that's what we're training these people with. And it feels good when you say something the right way, in a true way. We're in search of the truth here. So what's the truth? Okay. And we're asking a question and we're letting our unconscious mind answer us. That used to be dangerous because our unconscious mind was like, drink, just get a drink, fucking anything, go to the dispensary. Right. So we're now using that same system for powerful truth telling, and we're going to be shitty at it. All right. So have some grace with yourself if you've never done this before fully, and have grace with your sponsees. Right. And just let them know, like, look, we're the exact same. I have this skill set that I built out, and I'm going to help you build it quickly and effectively. We're going to get to a level of thoroughness. Okay. So they come in, they read me their 5 things. They want to tell stories about each of those 5 things. Well, what that is about is blah. And I'm like, nope. Hey, just read me what you wrote. No offense. Sorry. And I'm not here to be their best friend. I'm not here to speak at their wedding. I'm here to train them to be a sponsor. I'm here to train them to be a sponsor as fast as humanly possible. The next guy or the next gal is going to be the one that's going to be the one that, they do the steps deeply with and is more like their life coach, therapist kind of, like that real sister or brother is usually how that works for me. And that can also be true for you. You could be that if you want to be the brother or the sister, do that. Offer them that. But this is the way to go through it quickly. And I would do this first. And if they want to go through it more, if you only have one sponsee and you want to keep working with them, then go through it again. Okay. So keep them on and tell them beforehand, I'm going to be interrupting you and I'm going to be challenging your thinking. And if you forget to say it ahead of time, just do it on the fly and be like, hey, by the way, part of the skill here is we're training ourselves to be effective. Effectiveness is mentioned in the big book. Okay. All right. So, and I'm actually violating my own principle right now. So we ask those 4 clearing questions. And what I say is I'm going to ask these 4 questions to be thorough. Okay. And this is the coach in me. All right. When they're thorough about this stuff, they don't drink again after this. It's really weird if I can't remember a person off the top of my head of the hundreds of people I've worked with one-on-one that finished this second column thoroughly, went through the third and fourth column, and then picked up a drink again. And if they did, I can't remember them like relapsing fully because they have a skill now. They have this other skill, and it works better than alcohol for clearing out, for solving that problem of their pain. Okay, and most people, they're right. You treat them like a leader. You treat them like they're a sponsor already. You're a smart person. I'm just here to train you to be a sponsor. And that ability is going to keep you sober for the rest of your life if that's what you want. One day at a time, if you keep doing this stuff, practicing these principles in all your affairs. So I go through and so they'll say, yep, that's all 5 things, nothing else. And they'll be sure, they'll be convinced that there's nothing else. And I'll go, cool. So I'm just going to ask some more clearing questions just to make sure, is there anything else this person did to hurt, threaten, or interfere with you? And they'll be like, no. And then I'll say, cool. And I ask 2 more times. That first time through, they will say 5 or 10 bullet points. And there's always another 5 or 10 bullet points in addition, is what I found. And it might take all 4 of these questions to go through that. And I will ask each of those questions 2 times at least after they've given their last answer. So they'll come up with another thing. Oh, yeah, it was summertime. Oh, yeah, so this happened. Cool. Write that down. Cool. What else did they do to hurt, threaten, or interfere with you? I don't know. I think that's it. Cool. I'm going to ask you one more time just to be sure, just to be thorough. Is there anything else that they did to hurt, threaten, or interfere with you? Oh, yeah, here's another thing. And then I repeat the process again. So every time they give me an answer, their unconscious mind needs a little buffer to have an up and out. And y'all, I cannot stress how important this is. Okay. So I know that we're like, in the back half of this thing, you guys are rock stars. All right. You're changing your life. You're changing others' lives right now. Life-changing conversation. Bring that energy. Okay. This is the most important thing that I may be able to teach you today. Be thorough. Keep on asking these questions, even if it's annoying to them, even if it's annoying to you. You know how many 5th steps I care to hear ever again? Fucking 0. I could go the rest of my life without hearing a 5th step. All right. Like I've heard so many. I've literally heard every horrible thing you can possibly hear. All right. And it gives me an opportunity. And after they share that horrible thing, you think of all the most horrible things that you could have done or had done to you. They share those things. They do it thoroughly. They complete the fifth step in doing columns 4 and 5 or 3 and 4 here, and they never drink again and do drugs again, no matter how horrible the thing is. It's not my job to judge them or say you need to be in jail, right? That's all. And I also give workarounds. I will say, like, I'm like, if there's a crime that you've committed that you don't want to tell me about, that if a cop came and asked me, I'd have to tell them, or they're going to put me in jail. Or if you're just, if you just don't trust me, it might be a vanilla thing, but you just don't trust me. You don't have to tell me shit. You maybe should think about not trusting me, right? But there's workarounds, and there's 800 numbers you can call anonymously if you get a burner phone, or if there's you can call the central office and get hooked up after hours with, so they will see your caller ID, so turn off your caller ID, and then have an anonymous conversation and say, hey, I'm doing a 4-step and I got some stuff to lay down. Make up a fake name, but tell them the truth about what really happened. The deal is, when you get that out, no matter what it was, y'all, I had some stuff that, I'm 10 years into this and I got a couple things that still I've only told maybe a dozen people, but every time I do, I feel more and more free. I'm not sharing a couple of these things in meetings. I share a lot of my stuff in meetings, but this stuff, it's lighter and lighter every time I share it. Okay. And I don't have to treat that with alcohol anymore and drugs anymore. Okay. So, yeah, so that is the element of the second column. You get it all out. Okay. And then you go at the last call. Is there anything else that needs to go on here? Nope. Okay, great. Let's move on to the third column. And if they're having trouble filling in the second column, I move over to the third column and I go, that language of where else did they hurt, threaten, or interfere with you? That's the top of the second column there, or the third column. And I say, okay, well, how did they hurt, threaten, or interfere with your self-esteem? And they're like, oh my God, they name called me, they belittled me, they abandoned me, whatever. Okay. And so the third column is a breath of fresh air after the second column. The second column is like the big cleanup, the big shit. 7 is yes or no. You can make a whole inventory off of those 7 questions and answer in longhand if you want to. But what I found is yes or no is good enough. Okay. If they're really hurting in early alcohol, early recovery, and they're like shaking or something, you can write it for them and just interview them. Okay. You can write their inventory. That's what Dr. Bob did. Okay. So yes or no for those ones in the third column there. And what that means is that's an accounting of your entire life. Okay. There's some overlap there. Your inner life and your outer life. Your the last 3 is your outer life, your personal relationships, your romantic relationships, and your pocketbook. And your inner life is all the other ones. So it's kind of covers your entire life. So if something is hurt, threatening, or it's kind of like when you do a court case, it's the damages. Okay. So you did all these things, but what was damaged? Well, all these things inside me and in my life, there's damage there. Now most of it's psychological. So it's invisible and it can be repaired instantly. And it actually, sometimes, the way that God works in my life is, if I was hurt, often carrying that hurt made me strong. And then when I trade in that hurt, I get another gift. So not only do I get to keep the strength from carrying this horrible stuff, but when I trade all that stuff in, I get this great new stuff and I'm still strong, right? So I get gifts from carrying all these horrible things, but I got to be willing to trade in that horribleness, because it's something with me. Okay. So, and really, when we move into the fourth column, what I'm looking for, if you want to have some fun aha moments, you go right back to the second column and you just go, okay, so where did you do the same thing? Okay. And you go, okay, yeah. So, so they cheated on you. Cool. How did you cheat on them? Oh, I never cheated on them. Okay, cool. Did you like play small? Were you like your most attractive self? Did you like work on yourself, or were you like a drunken alcoholic mess and not attached to them? You had a relationship with the bottle and self-pity. So you were driving them, maybe, I'm just like fishing for things because you're trying to get like, how are you violating the same moral principle? That's what people are really upset about. The relief comes in the fourth column here. The relief of what can I control? And a lot of it has to do with, well, what's the way that you were looking at the world? Literally the words you're using to describe the world made me feel. This person made me feel. This person did this to me. Those are the things that usually we're at odds with ourself about. So and sometimes it doesn't go off well. Like sometimes, somebody gets hurt in a way that they really couldn't hurt another person, like if they've been molested or something like that. And, like, well, I never did that. That happened to me. I never did that to anybody else. But what I'll maybe say is, okay, well, how did you continue to hurt that little kid? Are you living the life in your alcoholism and addiction that little kid wanted you to live? Or are you just chemically trying to feel safe enough to continue to survive? Are you making that little kid proud? Or is it time to step up and heal this now and move on with your life? And that's where people will cry, and that's where I'll say, like, look, can I challenge your thinking and possibly like offend you? Great thing about offending people is like, if you say something if you pre-frame it, you can say, can I say something that might hurt our relationship and offend you greatly? They'll go, yeah, please do. This bizarre thing, right? And then you can say whatever the thing is that you need to say. So, can I challenge your thinking? Can I say something to you that I'm actually worried about? This might really push our relationship as a sponsor-sponsee, and I would never want to see you stop doing this work over me being an asshole. So I'm not trying to be an asshole, but is it okay if I say something that might offend you? Yeah, okay, fire off. They're not going to say no, right? And if they say yes and it does offend them, they've consented to it. All right, and it doesn't break the relationship, is my experience with that. All right, so yeah, can I totally push you on something here? Look, I'm just like I'm a nice guy, okay? And I'll say like in my early sponsorship, they would say stuff that would get that thing going in me of like, oh, they're gonna drink about this. You ever done that as a sponsor and you hear something somebody says and you're like, ooh, ugh, they're on their way to a drink. Okay, now I didn't used to speak up about those things. I didn't know how to. I might tell some long story about something my sponsor said to me, so I didn't have to directly confront them and put it into their face. Now I just go, hey, can I challenge you on something there? The way you said that, it kind of sounds like, you know, that they made you feel something like, well, those feelings are happening inside your body, right? And they didn't touch you or harm you in that way. Like, right? Like you're still feeling this way every day. Are they touching you and hurting you every day physically? Well, no, they did this thing back then. Okay, cool. So who's responsible for the emotions and the neuropeptides in your body? Well, me. Okay, cool. So no matter what, some people, if a crazy man came up into the park and said, Zach, you're a loser and a bad fucking dad, go fuck yourself, I'd be like, that's a crazy person, you know? But if my wife came up and said it, I might be like, am I a bad dad? Like, am I a loser? Fuck. So the context matters, right? And like, so some people, it's hard to get me on a bad day. It still happens though. So whenever I'm offended, that's about me. So that's the inverse to kind of invert what's happening, whatever there is coming. So in the fourth column, you can go right back to the first column and go, cool. So how did you betray them? How did you betray yourself? If betrayal is the principle that kind of comes up, they betrayed me, they hurt me, I hurt them. Cool, cool. So you hurt them. What's the selfish part? Like, have you also hurt yourself that way? You got to get them in touch with this. Like they are fractured on the inside and they can be whole right now if they can admit where they're wrong with themselves. Okay. And so, what will often happen, but while going down this list on that far side where it says selfish, dishonest, resentful, and afraid, those are underlined over there. And again, it's at zachbloom.com/resources. You'll find those two things there and a couple other resources too, by the way, that are kind of cool things. But I underlined selfish, dishonest, resentful, and afraid because that's what becomes your daily 10th step, which is, do you guys remember the four absolutes: absolute purity, absolute honesty? It's the inverse of the four absolutes. That's what AA is. Okay, that's what AA is. It's the four absolutes. It's me comparing myself to me, right? What are the things that are offending me? Okay, so there's all these different forms of selfishness over there in that column, right? There's self-centeredness, self-pity, arrogance, self-righteousness, false pride, laziness, jealousy, envy. Right? So there's all these different forms of self. But what I'll just start with is like, okay, so where have you been selfish? And they don't get it. And by the way, I've done this with paying clients too, who are not alcoholics and addicts, just because I was just trying some shit out that really worked for me. I have all this coaching stuff, but this is where the coaching world could be made more powerful, right? And I was talking to a business guy one time. He made an extra $1 million in a year. It was like 1.2 million. So he went from under 3 million to almost 4 million. It was like a 50% increase in his business in 1 year, the first full year we worked together. And we did a 10th step, which is, where have I been selfish, dishonest, resentful, and afraid? And I targeted it with, okay, in your business, Paul, where have you been selfish? And at first he was like, No, Zach, I don't think you know me well enough. I'm too unselfish. If anything, I'm a people pleaser and I'm keeping people on the payroll that I should have fired a long time ago. And I'd be like, yeah, okay, cool. So how is that selfish? Is that costing you and the company potential? And he's like, oh, oh, well, I guess so. But he still didn't get it, right? And so I said, well, here's where I've been selfish in my business. And I was like, okay, so let me ask in real time. I have this skill set now. Where have I been selfish in my business? And I told him it's risky, right? Because I'm talking to him about he's paying me and I'm telling him where I'm selfish in my business. And I said, oh, dude, I've been playing small. That's the first answer that came up. I've been playing small. Yep. And yeah, and I've been financially irresponsible, and it's been selfish. I've been spending on stuff that I shouldn't be spending on, and I'm not spending on the stuff that I should be spending on. And that's what came up live. And I said, "Okay, your turn." And he goes, "Oh, okay, I see. It's like a truth-telling competition. People, when they get that it's a game of thoroughness, of telling the truth, they don't get defensive. But you usually have to go first. So that's initiation, the power of initiation. This happens again with meditation. Nobody, quote, knows how to meditate. Everybody knows how to meditate because you go to sleep every night. You know how to close your eyes and not have a television on, although maybe a lot of people still have televisions on or whatever. And you can just do that upright for 5 minutes and you'll learn your inner world will teach you how to be with you. Your inner world will teach you meditation. Right. And so, yeah, so poof, you know how to meditate. If you've never meditated before, poof, now you know how. Okay, so so that's initiation. And so they don't know how to do this. And so when I did that with this client, by the way, then he got it and he started doing this thing. And at the end of that year, he goes, "Hey, by the way, did you know that I like 1.5x my business in this last year?" And I was like, "What?" And I was like, "Has that ever happened before?" He said, "No. No, I've never gone above 3 million. I've never had 3 million before. I got to almost 4 this year." And I said, "How the hell did that happen?" And I asked him, I was like, "What was most impactful for you?" And he goes, "Oh, well, obviously the shift." He's like, "I feel real. I know what I feel like. I'm making it up as I go along with entrepreneurship with this business, but now I know what's bothering me about me, and it helps me to just be more creative and operate more freely from me judging myself. And so I can go play full out. It's not, it's like I'm playing with both hands instead of one tied behind my back because I'm constantly beating myself up for reasons I don't even know." So he became aware of, where he was beating himself up. So what I call those selfish dishonesty, resentment, and fear, I call them the 4 battlefields of the unconscious mind. And we're on those all the time. And we don't know it. It's unconscious, right? So we have to use our conscious mind to go in there. They don't teach this shit in grade school yet, right? We're still young and learning how to have this mind. And so what I'll do now, and this becomes a 10th and 11th step, okay, is I do that targeted, okay? And here, this is a spot where I'm going to swap for a second. And I'm going to go into where is that? Sorry, bear with me for a moment. Okay. Okay, cool. All right, you guys still with me? Okay, so this is some life coach shit. Okay, we're starting to seam this thing together. Okay, that's 4 and 5, what we just talked about. Now, but it goes beyond that. And this is where we get into 6 and 7 is about that interchange. 6 and 7 is like 6 is a meditation. Did I leave anything out? So literally, it's like you have to sit there and think about it. It says for an hour in the book. It says do it right after. And then step 6 is willingness, which is I think you get your will back. You get the ability to have any will that you get the ability to receive a new will, a new set of thoughts, a new set of emotions, and a new set of wants. What does a loving, benevolent, all-powerful, all-knowing higher power that could reconfigure me in any way if I was willing? It lets me be sovereign. It's a gentleman or a gentlewoman. It doesn't force things on me, but if I'm willing to become whatever it wants me to become, where do I go with that? And over the horizon, all of a sudden these things start to happen. And I believe that's the core of what 6 and 7 is. That's the core of what 11 is. 6 and 7 become 11, and And, step 3, 6, and 7 are really like the core of step 11. But when you're doing a meditation, it's like you're doing an inventory. Okay. So when I'll meditate and I'll go, okay, I'll pick an area of life here. These are 8 areas of life. It's called a wheel of life, and they're arbitrary, right? It's kind of like that fourth or the third column has the selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, fear, or sorry, it has self-esteem, pride, ambition, security. It has those 7 different areas of life: personal relationships, sex relationships, and pocketbook. Right. So this is 8 areas of life, but with more, just a different way of describing things. Okay. And the word function, by the way, over here, function, oop, right there. Function is your business or your career. I needed a word that started with F. And by the way, the word romance, all of these words start with F except for romance. Does anybody have a word that starts with F for, never mind. So hey, who's still alive? Everybody's, are you out there? Do you feel me? Thank you, Beth. I know Beth heard that joke last night when I preached at Free. I told that joke on stage at Free last night. This is a scale of 1 to 10. And when I first saw this, I was like, this is a Tony Robbins. And I was like, fuck this game. I don't want to play this game because it had the word finances on there. And I was only just at 2 or 3 years sober, whenever that was that I was there. I guess I was 3 years sober. I had never really taken an honest accounting of my finances. And y'all, I was married. The greatest woman in the history of women, to me anyway, is my wife, Katie. And she married me on, I was in the discount section because I was bruised. and she said, I think this will shine up real nice. Only she wasn't there to change me or shine me up. That's my job. Okay. So I got to be independently happy and healthy. If I'm going to pour into a healthy, intimate relationship, I got to work on me. I can't go telling her what to do. By the way, when I became a coach after she married me, guess how well that went over? Like, because I started coaching her all the time without her permission. I started coaching all my best friends without permission. Guess what happened to those best friends? They gone. But I love recovery people because we like our thinking to be challenged. And I will say there's a diagram. I don't think I have it in one of these things. Sometimes I draw these things up, but there's a diagram of sponsorship that, okay, I'm going to finish the thought on this first. Okay. The wheel of life, you do an honest accounting on a 1 through 10. And here's what you can do on creating a path for you, a map for you. You could do it all. You could reverse engineer it right from this thing right here. You rank yourself honestly, no decimal points. I know who you are. Okay. I'm a recovering decimal point guy. If it's a 7.5, it's a fucking 7, Zach. All right. Just accept your fate and move on. Practice acceptance. That's the first step. Now you can move on to a new path. Once you accept the shitty place that you're at, the place that you're judging, cool. Now you're there. Now the judgment kind of fades a little bit, or you can become conditioned to it. It doesn't bother you anymore. Okay, cool. So I have a 2 in my finances because I've never even thought about this before. And I just started calling the IRS to pay off my back taxes. Cool. Well, and I thought it might be a 1, except for I had started to take action on the IRS case. And I was actually measuring it. I was like, that's for sure a 2. So I doubled my score from 1 to 2 just by just facing the problem, reaching out to the IRS. I'd done that before this conference. And then being like, I'm going to play full out. And I actually wrote the line in and I said, I'm at a 2 in finances. Okay. So cool. So I'm at a 2. Good job. Good job. Ooh, yeah. Do a little circular breathing here. Okay. Right. Recovery Unity Service. Okay. And what would I have to do or stop doing to go back to a 0? This is how you create your path. Okay. What would I have to do or stop doing to go back to? That's the first place to start. Start off with the win. You're already at a place that is not 2 back. You're already got a win. All right. There's a book called The Gap and the Gain by a guy named Benjamin Hardy, who was a coach of mine a year ago. I did a group coaching cohort with him, and he's written a bunch of New York Times bestsellers. The Gap and the Gain is one of them. And what he said is, in peer-reviewed research of all these businesses and all these business people, which are very much like alcoholics and addicts, because the same thing works for us as the people who are moving at the top end of the spectrum. Remember that, people? When we're at the top end, this is why we become so successful if we want it, because we have the system that moves us there. So the Gap and the Gain identified that if you have a gap mindset, which means the gap between where I'm at and where I want to be, if I'm looking at the map like, oh, fuck, I've got so far to go. it kills my neurochemistry. It kills my state. It gets me depressed of, oh, I'm not there. And if you start thinking I'm not there, then your whole life becomes I'm not there. I'm not there. I'm not there. I'm not there. I'm not good enough. I'm not, right? Anybody recognize that mindset? That's the gap mentality. Very successful people are still like, well, I'm not at, yeah, I just made 1 billion and fuck. There's like 500 of these people now. I got to climb another mountain, but I can't go back to having 999 million because that feels horrible. And they're telling the truth psychologically. So now I got to climb this mountain. Well, shit. Okay, no, start with the gain. Look how far you've come. Okay, so for me to go back to a 0 from a 2 when I was in my finances, what would I have to add and take away? I think there's a sheet on zachbloom.com/resources that you'll see a wheel of life, and I think I might have different words on there for that one, different areas of life, but kind of the same thing. You can make up your own, by the way. This is an inventory. You can inventory anything. Just make an inquiry about I could do my relationship with my daughter. Okay. Where have I been selfish in my relationship with my daughter? Or where am I at as a relationship on a scale of 1 to 10? I would say I'm at a 7. So what I'm feeling right now. Cool. Great job on being at a 7. What would you have to add or take away to go back to a 5? What you'll see on that sheet on my website at the resources page is a plus minus. So there's what would 2 ahead look like and what would 2 back look like. And I say 2 because there's a clear distinction in 2. It's hard to say to go 1 ahead or 1 back. But to go 2 back, there's starting to be a distinction where your mind will produce an answer. And that is your path. What would I have to add to go back to a 0? I'd have to add more debt. I'd have to add depression. I might have to add drinking to go back to a 2. What would I have to take away to go back? Or sorry, from a 2 to a 0. What would I have to take away to go back to a 0? I'd have to take away self-confidence. I'd have to take away good posture. I'd probably have to start looking at the ground. I'd probably have to take away eye contact. What else would I have to take away? I'd have to take away all self-respect. I would have to speak, if I'm going to speak to myself at all, it's going to have to be negative and mean. For me to feel a 0 in my finances, a felt sense of not aliveness at a 0, right? But so does everybody understand? You guys getting that? Okay, cool. So that's how to go back to, and then you also want to know how to go forward to. You guys tracking on that? What would I have to add to go forward to? From a 2 to a 4, what do I have to add? I'd have to add a payment plan with the IRS or some resolution there. Which actually, puts me on maybe that would put me to a 5 or a 6. I'd have to pull a credit report and look at all these unpaid debts that I have that they're calling me and I'm not answering. Okay, so maybe I either need to start answering the phone or pull a credit report. Would move me to a 3 or a 4 right away. Cool. And then maybe make a plan. Right. So now there's a step forward. And this is coming from my brain, by the way. The great reality is deep down within us. Okay. It's all the same shit that helps the billionaires, that helps us, that helps those 80% in the middle, but they don't have enough pain to fucking take action. We are so blessed that we have enough pain to leverage ourselves into action. Okay. So this right here, this one thing, this one diagram, the wheel of life, that can become your path and your map of life. So now I promised you a map of life and I got you one. Okay, now there's a whole bunch of other things that we can do to play with it. Okay, and I want to play in that space for a little bit of time. And remember, I promised on steps 6 through 9. Step 6 through 9 is we're gonna if you want to go through step 6 through 9 with a partner, I'm going to be sending an email out after this, and you can go through those steps with a partner. I will hook you up with a partner of your same sex, and you can have at it. Okay, the sponsorship element, I mean. Okay, sorry. Okay, so remember these. Aliveness. Aliveness is being goals. 2026, have you set goals yet? Probably not. Why? Because we never accomplish them. We feel shitty. Why would we set ourselves up to do something shitty? Well, look, y'all, part of it is you didn't realize that you could, right? You weren't in the right state to set those goals. What I found is the being goals, it means what are the feelings of aliveness that I had in the last year? And what do I want? Except that's a map of what I want more of. Looking back at the gain that I had this last year, where was I most alive? Where did I have the best sense of aliveness? Well, shit. I spoke in front of, I ran a bunch of seminars this last year. I felt so alive. It was scary. It was wonderful. People cried. It made a big impact, you know? Yeah, so I want to do that. I think, but I'd like to maybe add some, I think I want to be paid for some of those things. So I've done a bunch of like public speaking, but I make a lot of presentations, but especially with some of those, like I want to be alive, you know, so I want to do that more. Okay. So we'll just leave it at that. So write your being goals. What are the feelings you want to feel? I loved being on stage with a microphone. I loved, it's part of my vision. I had a vision about, okay. And I want to pause there just while I'm thinking of it because we're getting close to time here. Another way, there's a diagram that I have. I don't think I have it. I don't need, maybe I do. Yeah. Yeah, okay. This right here. So this is a diagram. This thing, oh, it's also on my website somewhere. If you go to zachbloom.com/goals, there's a goal setting thing from last New Year's, from 2025 New Year's. And we go all through, oh, sorry, that way. So that bullseye over there, it's also tree rings because my name's Bloom and I'm fucking obsessive. Okay, so those words in black are vision, mission, value, standard, strategy, and impossible goals. That is another way of saying your map of growth. And it starts with your vision and your impossible goals are mirrors. Your vision and your impossible goals are mirrors. Okay, and so some people don't think in pictures though. We all do, but some people do it more like they hear a whisper. They're more auditory, or they'll feel it in their gut. When I was learning about how to be a coach, I was running my wife through all these things, and she got pissed with me. She's like, Zach, I'm not a vision person. I feel things. I feel physical things. She's very intuitive. She's very she's a big yogi. She loves doing yoga. And she's like, I don't think in the vision. Like, you're always thinking in pictures. I don't think in pictures. I think in gut feel. So she's felt connected to God her entire life because she could feel this intuitive connection. I'm up here in my head, not feeling anything in my body. I've had to do work with my body to start feeling my body. Sobriety was what I have to. I was drinking to drown out. My gut didn't feel good. I was never in integrity. A feeling of wholeness and integrity is in your gut. Right. So a lot of the step work we're doing is body work, right? It's just to feel my body. My body's telling me things. Things aren't working for me. I'm manifesting sickness because I'm stressed out all the time. Okay. So I just want to touch on vision. There's a vision exercise. And I believe if you go to zachbloom.com/goals, there's like an hour and a half recording there. And as part of that recording, we do a vision exercise. And there's two questions that you would ask. You have to get into a great state first. So you got to like close your eyes and put on some nice music, maybe some aromatherapy, and start rubbing your arms like so. And do your box breathing in through the nose for 4 seconds, hold for 4 seconds, exhale for 4 seconds, hold for 4 seconds. You do that about 4 or 5 times, and you start getting into a great state where you start to think about all the things that you have in your life that are these miracles. A moment of love. You get into a great state. You start to let those neurochemicals come. Okay. The idea is that if God's real, God has a message or a vision or a life that you could live, and he has some kind of like gate, like a next checkpoint that you could get to, and that would be in the form of a vision. This is the next most possible thing for you, but it's like on the edge of your horizon. So you'd ask 2 questions in that state, and there's a guided thing, I believe, in zachbloom.com/goals. It's about halfway through, excuse me to say it, but just to say, I want you to have access to this resource. Okay, so you say God, or whatever you call your higher power, universe, love, whatever it is. What's the biggest, most expansive vision that you have for my life? God, what is the biggest, most expansive vision that you have for my life? Okay, God, what is the biggest, most expansive vision that you have for my life? And then wait and see what comes. And I think in the meditation, we wait for about maybe 3 minutes or so. Something usually come. And if you don't meditate, it may take a second. And if you don't get anything at all, there's a bunch of reasons why that might happen. But not that you're bad or you're not worthy or whatever, but it might be because you don't meditate regularly. And so I would say just start meditating every morning for 10 or 20 minutes and you'll figure it out. Okay. Yeah. Great to see you, Wayne. Thank you for being here. Okay. So that's the first question you ask. God, what's the biggest, most expansive vision that you have for my life? Okay. And then the second question is, God, what is the biggest, most expansive vision that you have for my business? And you could also say career. And you could also say purpose, but usually purpose is going to be in that first question. I would stick to my business or my career. If you're an entrepreneur, it's your business. And even if you're not an entrepreneur, I would say your business. God's your employer is one of the ideas of the big book, is one of the relationship is God's the director, we're the agents, or we're the actors. He's the principal and we're the agents, right? It's like I work for God, you know, which is pretty cool. Except if I work for myself, I hate my boss, right? My boss is a dick. Okay, so that's how you get, what's the biggest, most expansive vision that you have for my business? And when I did this, I got a big vision for my life, and it was based on like the Moses story, and I was like, no, 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 don't want that. Just send a normal one. But that's what I got, and it was about helping people learn spiritual principles. And then I said, like what do you want for my business? And God like looked at me funny. It's kind of how, and I was like, my business, I need to fucking feed my family and put a roof over the head. Like I don't know how to do those things. I've always sucked at money. Can you help me with that? And God was like, "Oh," and like asked me to turn around in my vision. And I was looking up at him, and then I turned around, and I could see that I was there to help people, and there were a bunch of people there for me to go and help. So there might be a symbol, there might be, don't judge it, just understand there's going to be some cool stuff that's going on there. Okay. So now I'm going to go back to this. Okay, goals. All right. And I'm going to put this next to the power scoreboard. So it's similar to this is 8 areas. And I would say do a full accounting around this time of year, once a year, just do a 1 through 10. How can I bring more? So, and what you would do is, how can I bring more aliveness? Which of these areas? So if we boil those 8 things down from the wheel of life into 4 things, the way I think about like a high performer, we can all be high performers. What does that mean? A person who's going for it. You're fucking going for it. 2026, I'm going for it. I'm going for it in sobriety. I'm going for it in sponsorship. I'm going to feel so good after trying to help people that I'm going to actually go for it in life. Like maybe I get to do that. Maybe it would benefit the world if I did that. Maybe a loving God of my understanding would want me to be in the game. Okay, so what I find is people when they hate and judge themselves or don't like themselves and don't like their lives, it's because these 4 areas on the race car, the power scoreboard is what I call it, PHWR, purpose, health, wealth, and relationships. And purpose, if it's not linked to your career, you need to have you need to have your purpose and your career kind of both happening. And you can do, so 1 to 10, how am I doing? And like, so basically like, if I don't have integrity in that area of my life, if I'm not paying attention to it, and my integrity comes from my confidence and my competence, if I'm not growing the skills that it takes to do these things, it happens by doing the 12 steps. It happens by doing 10, 11, and 12. If you have some kind of higher power and you're just talking to God and you're like, hey, God, you don't even know where to start. Just the workaround for all this stuff is your higher power. And the workaround for your higher power is the 12 steps. Because you don't have to call it Jesus or whatever, religious stuff. Just start talking to something, and whatever that part in you is, it's going to start working it out. Okay. Like it's the vehicle to get you from the place on the map where you are now to the place that you want to be. So your purpose and career need to be linked, or if they're unlinked, they need to both be supported. They need to have integrity. Like it's like another tire. Okay. Your health and your wealth and your relationship. So some of these things, I do audits in these regularly where I'll do a 10 step in each one of these about once per month. So once per week, just intuitively, this is how it ends up. I do one of these. Okay. So in my purpose or in my business, because my business is my purpose, is connected to my purpose, I should say. Where have I been selfish? I'll do a 10 step, and I'll do it in meditation. So I'm doing 10 and 11 simultaneously. So in my business, where have I been selfish? And I get answers, cool. Where else have I been selfish in my business? Where else have I been selfish? Every time I get an answer, I ask, okay, and where else have I been selfish in my business? And I keep going until I get that feeling of, that's it. And I wait just to make sure, like, really? Is that all? Like, I know I'm being selfish somewhere. Where else? I want to know so I can be aware of it. So I can feel shitty now and then take the bitter pill of vitamins or bitter pills too. And then I can And then a good idea will come. I know that's how it works now. So I'm not afraid of asking. Okay. And especially in a meditation. Okay. So cool. So now where have I been dishonest in my business? In my business, where have I been dishonest? In my business, where have I been resentful? And instead of resentful, I often say holding unforgiveness. I don't get a good answer with resentment, and I know I have them. So I'll say, I've just tried different things over the years. So if the opposite of resentment is forgiveness, then the opposite of forgiveness could also be unforgiveness. So a synonym for resentment could be unforgiveness. So in my purpose, where have I been holding unforgiveness? And I get some major shifts there. Sometimes I cry. Like, oh, damn. Like, oh man, I didn't realize I was resentful at this dude who, like, was mean to me on the internet. And I've been harboring a resentment. I made myself sick with that. That was a recent thing, actually. Okay. And then where have I been holding, or where have I been afraid in my business? Where have I been afraid? So I do those four. And then here's the thing that I started doing about a year and a half ago. I do the opposites too. Those four absolutes. I don't use the word purity. I use the word forgiveness or loving. And instead of, so absolute, so honesty, where have I been in my business? Where have I been unselfish? In my business, where have I been honest? In my business, where have I been loving? Or in my business, where have I been forgiving? And then the last one, the opposite of fear, I use as courage, because courage is you're afraid, but you're doing the thing anyway. And that's where I cry a lot about how far I've come. Okay, so it takes about 10 minutes in meditation. Once you learn how to do it, which I would say, write it out first. If you haven't ever done a 10th step like that before, and y'all, like this is the system that I like train entrepreneurs on. And then they have a direct link. This dude that I mentioned, by the way, the son of a preacher and cannot stand religion or God. But he loves meditation, and he wasn't meditating before we were working together. And this guy at times in the past years, he was my only client. Like I wouldn't have a business without this guy, and now I've got a bunch of clients, but this guy was getting so much help, and it was helping him be a better leader. Right. So all this stuff, it's the same stuff that the highest end people are doing, paying $1 million a year to Brendan Burchard to get trained. Right. They're doing stuff very much like what we're doing in the 12 steps. It's a leadership. Anybody who's willing to change their life is who this works for. And that's what AA works for. And that's what coaching works for people who are, or leadership, that's how it works. Okay. So don't be afraid of this stuff. So these things together, you can also mash these up. These are just 3 tools, right? A couple inventory, all the answers are inside. You want to face the pain and find out what your answers are. And there will be pain when you ask these questions, and there's no growth without pain, right? There's no choose your hard. You can either be out of shape and that's hard, or you can be in shape and that's hard. If you don't choose, you will be provided one that's hard, because human beings have a part of their brain. I can't remember what the name is, but it's the thing that processes pleasure, also processes pain. You don't get one without the other. And the way that people draw it up is it's like scales. So if you get too much pain, you will balance it out with pleasure. So if you don't ask life for, I'm going to go work out and I'm going to have pain that way. I'm going to have pain. Now I get more pleasure, and I get to decide, okay, I'm going to like enjoy, I get more energy with this. I have so much more energy. There's many things that I can put into that pleasure plate, right? But they're linked. You can't, if you remove that part of the brain, we don't have pleasure or pain. They're linked because they're related to each other. So you have to have pain while you're here. I think suffering might be optional, right? But you have to have pain, but you get to choose a lot of your pain. And when you're unconscious of it, this is all it is, most of us are suppressing pain to get through the day, to run the race. We're running on a flat tire and we're burning out our engine. This is just a regular accounting once a week. I do one of these over the course of a month. I get all 4 of them in. I say that to you, but I don't plan it with me. It just happens because I meditate every day, 20 minutes in the morning. And what I can do is I can mash up these other 2 over here. Well, what are my being goals, and what are my stretch goals, and what are my contribution and creation goals? And if you go to zachbloom.com/goals, there's all these crazy, awesome. I just finished working with Ben Hardy at that time, this New York Times bestseller guy, about how to scale. You can't scale your business unless you scale the leader. You can't scale the leader unless they're not carrying for unforgiveness, unless they have forgiveness, unless they have love, unless they have light in their lives, unless they have a place they want to go. Okay. So all of these things is I'm hoping I'm reading some of these things. I want to excite you. All right, like stay sober, stay in the middle of the boat and serve your fucking ass off in the 12 steps and wherever you are, whether you're a 12 stepper or not. Like work your ass off there, but literally there there is no such thing as perfect. There's only fucked up people, right? And they're amazingly powerful. Like the people I come across, they're really good at one thing, maybe two, and the rest of their life is a mess, right? You ask any like a podcaster recent. I got to talk to a podcaster recently, eighth largest podcast in the world. Modern Wisdom is what it's called. This guy interviews all the big guys. Guy Chris Williamson is his name, and he said they're all fucked up the whole way up. He called them fuckwits because he's British and he's funny. He said they're all fuckwits. They're all rolling in there. They're all struggling with themselves. If you want esteem, you work on confidence and competence. It's this figure eight. Confidence and competence. Competence feeds into your confidence, and your confidence feeds into your competence. That's why they say fake it till you make it. Have some confidence to get into the work of competence. Become good at the thing. Practice the skill. Get good at telling the truth. Get good at looking at yourself as the possible source for all the fucked up stuff that you're seeing in the world. Maybe that's you. Maybe there isn't some, grand conspiracy to blah, blah, blah. Maybe that's you. Maybe that's your worldview that you have that's dark and twisty because you've been hurting and you're doing the best that you can, but maybe that's an unconscious choice that you made. All right. And so when you start playing with these things, my purpose in my career, like which of those things do I need? What kind of aliveness have I had there? Have I had aliveness this year there? Absolutely, I have. Do I have connection? I've got a ton of connection. What are my being and connection goals there? My aliveness and connection goals. What are the meaningful pursuits? I'm going to write a book. This recovery roadmap will be a book in this calendar year. Hopefully this quarter. That's one of the reasons I wanted to record this today, was so that we could have a baseline to go off of, so that people can come in and get sober. And while you're getting sober, why don't you just change all the other things in your life that you want to change too? Because you can. And the 80% in the middle don't get the tools because they're never in enough pain, because the world softens them enough and keeps their attention enough that they don't have to put their attention on the inside, right? So we who are dying of addiction and humiliation of the addiction that comes with it, I'm sorry, the cost was high, but fuck, do we get good stuff if you can lean in. All right. So all of these people, I'm Robin Hooding all of this stuff. I hope I don't get sued, right? But I'm Robin Hooding all of this stuff from the greatest minds in the personal development industry who are doing the same thing. And they didn't even, I don't think they're plagiarizing AA. I thought that for a while. And then I studied it and I realized, oh, they have no idea what AA is. Nobody really knows what AA is, right? Even when we're doing it, we just know it's powerful. And the more you work it, the more it will help you. So growth and stretch goals, these are the things where you start to think, I got 20 million bucks in the bank. I'm set for life. Now what do I do? What do I want? If I don't need money anymore. And guess what? That's probably your purpose. If I could not fail at only one thing. There's one thing in my life that I could not fail at. There's no way for me to fuck it up if I tried it, but I have to try it. I have to know what that is. If I had one thing, what would that be? What would that be? And it might be a little related to the $20 million question. And it might be something a little different. It might be something very different. Okay, so those are things to write about. And these are the big, stretch goals is also, okay, in 3 to 5 years, and this is the last thing I'm going to cover because we're 9 minutes over, and those Broncos, baby, they're getting warmed up. They're getting warmed up. Okay, so the last thing is, okay, cool. All right, so pathway. So this red line on this, so this is how people think. So in 3 to 5 years, at the top there, it says 3 to 5 year goal. 3 to 5 year goal. What one of the conclusions of psychology is, amongst others, is that in 3 to 5 years, if you knew exactly what you wanted your life to be, how you wanted it set up in every area, think about early recovery, 3 to 5 years, you're doing all this shit anyway, right? Like you're learning these skills to make yourself feel good no matter what. In 3 to 5 years, you can have your life exactly how you want it. This is what psychology has concluded. The study of the human mind. If you know, your mind will help you build your life if you know what it is that you're aiming at. 3 to 5 year timeline, what would that thing be? Okay. Now, how would you have your life set up? And I would go to the power four, in my purpose and career, in my wealth, health, and relationships. How am I set up? And you can go for the fences. I say go for the fences in some ways. There's ways to play with that. If you're like, well, what's too much? $100 million would be too much in 3 to 5 years, right? I don't know. I'm grown so much. Like I could be anybody in 3 to 5 years. Yeah. Okay. Let's just say it's 100 million. Okay. Well, that's the red line. The red line over there. The red line is the path that you would take if you were going to get there in 3 to 5 years. Now, here's the cool thing about the human mind. This powerful thing between your ears that you were using to dodge the consequences of addiction. Okay. Yeah. And probably really well, by the way. Okay. You know who you are. All right. Now, if you adjust, again, it's like ChatGPT or Google, if you adjust the prompt. Okay, now that I've established what 3 to 5 years would look like, and they say if you go 10 years, it's hard to distinguish if it's more than what you would do in 10 years. It's hard to imagine what you could do in 10 years. People, what do they say? They underestimate what they could do in 10 years and they overestimate what they could do in a year. Okay? I think that's the right order. But in 3 to 5 years, what they say is that's a sweet spot. If you plan, and so in your power areas, just keep it to 4. What's happening? What do you got? What are the results that you want to create, that you want your brain to create? If you know the outcome, you can reverse engineer the path back, right? That's what a pathway is. You pick the future that you want and you reverse engineer it from there. You can pick any future that you want. So instead of saying 3 to 5 years, 3 to 5 is where you'll find the accurate thing that you really want, the target that's really juicy. Now, here's the fun thing about stretch or scaling or post-traumatic growth is another thing. There's huge studies. These are all scientifically researched, backed. Post-traumatic growth. People do it like crazy. They start to figure out, oh, this is an opportunity for me to change my life. You know, the spinal thing or the cancer or whatever. It helped me to realize in my new limitation that I have physically that I wanted to change. It gave me an opportunity to realize I'm not the person that I want to be. And it scared me enough that I think I want to change it. I'm going to find out how. And then I start to change. Okay, so now all of a sudden, you who are in recovery, you start to get this idea like, I can change. I could be anybody. Okay, now, what if I had to do it in a year or something? And just to have fun. I don't like the masculinity of sometimes in these spaces of goal setting, but like, gun to your head in a year. You know, the trigger gets pulled and it goes off. All right, I'm doing my best red pill toxic bro. Okay, like it's all over in a year if you don't cross that threshold. 3 to 5 years, whatever that is. Now it's got to happen in a year. It's got to happen in a year. Now what's the pathway? And the thing is even though that blue line up there looks more straight up, like climbing a mountain, it's not harder because you've just entered in a different prompt. It's just different. Your brain will tell you it's going to read your environment as you're walking through it. The greatest computer on this planet, even now, even with AI here, one human brain is still superior to all the computing power that we have on the planet. Still, one human brain, more powerful than all of it put together. Okay, so if that's happening, and we have that blue line, all it is putting in a prompt of in a year. I have to do it in a year, and your brain's gonna be like, no, you can't. And you go, yeah. We'll die. You know, if we're not there in a year, something bad will happen. Your brain will go, shit. And your brain, well, look, okay. So if it had to be that, here's the cool thing about this. There's this cool thing. I think I have an original quote to add to this space, which is so cool. In the red line, 3 to 5 years, there's like 20 ways, or sorry, there's like, I would say there's like 1,000 ways to improve your life 3 to 5%. 1,000 ways to improve your life 3 to 5%. And if you did all of those different ways to improve your life 3 to 5%, that's getting to where you want to get to. Whatever that top line is, you can get there. Okay. But if you had to get there in a year, it cuts off all your options. And there might only be 3 to 5 ways to get to there in a year, to get 1,000% better in a year. Okay. It's the concept of behind the book, 2x or 10x is easier than 2x, again, by Benjamin Hardy. This great doctor. He looks like he's 6 years old, but he's brilliant. And he's a God guy too, which is more annoying, but you know, he like adopts kids from all over the world or whatever. He's a do-gooder. But this is a scientifically proven thing. You just pick. So I have to do it in a year. Your brain will start to come up with options. Okay. Your brain will start to come up with options. Things will start to change for you. Okay. So it's not a harder path. It's a different path. It's the same future, but it's on a different timeline. So it's a different future technically. So 1 year, hopefully we're all still going to be alive. What if your 3 to 5 year goals happened in 1 year? Okay. Now here's the funny thing. What I find is it usually doesn't happen in a year. Sometimes it happens in 6 months and sometimes it happens in 18 months. But it puts you on a path and now you know where you're going. And now all of that stuff that is you starts to focus itself and I know where I want to go. And now I have another element of the map. Okay. And this is the final piece. And this is hopefully going to help you of the pathway. And that's it. And that's it for today. Okay. So the crux, anybody know what this is? El Capitan. Okay. So this is El Cap. This is, it's a rock wall. Now I know I just said the blue path is not a rock wall, but then here's a rock wall. Okay. So even if your mind was saying, oh, it's going to be so hard. Okay. So the crux, if you ever watch like Free Solo or something like that, what the crux is whatever route you're going to take in rock climbing, they call it the crux. The crux is the hardest, most technical difficulty area that, the one little spot up here somewhere where you're going to have to do a maneuver and everything else is easier than that part. There's different levels of ability that you're going to have. For that part, it's the highest level of ability that you're going to have. You have to have a certain level of strength or agility or, whatever that is. Okay. Or a certain tool in your tool bag. So whatever the route is, you don't get to the top unless you know how to do the crux. It's the part that makes the whole thing happen or none of it happens. So why don't we just go to that? Why would we waste our time doing the thing unless we're focusing on the skill set that we need, the strength or whatever that is that we would need to go through that part that is currently the hardest part. Okay, so for me, I went back to my vision. Okay, and I know that there's some things here I'm jumping around, but hopefully you're getting this. There's a geography to this. There is a topography of making a map. Well, I want to go here. Okay, so what do I have to do? Who do I have to become to get there? What do I have to what do I have to have less of to get where I want to go? What do I have to have more of? What's a new skill I might need to bring in? What's an old skill that I might need to let go of? Okay, like dishonesty is an old skill that it's like riding a bike, which I once did across the entire, no, I'm lying there. Okay. All right. So my vision, just to give you an example of how this all fits together. Okay. So my 3 to 5 year vision, I came up with it, and I did that vision exercise a few years back. And I keep on getting these visions. Every time they have a vision thing, almost always it's me on a stage and I have the lights in my eyes and I can't see shit, which is very accurate. You can often not see out, which is nice because it's terrifying to see everybody. Okay. But so the lights are in my eyes. And so over the course of time, I've gotten to see more and more of the audience and more of the layout of things. And I had this vision about kind of like Moses, like I said, which I did not want. I'm like, fuck the religion stuff. I don't want that. Just give it to me another way. But I know the Moses story and whatever. I don't know if it's God or my higher self or what. I got this vision and it was to go down, like Moses and Charlton Heston coming off of Mount Sinai with these spiritual principles. And yeah, love you, Kyle. And I'm going to go help teach these people these spiritual principles. And so now I've got these spiritual principles and I'm helping people. I could see a seating diagram, but it was like neighborhoods and people like set up in a seating diagram. So I was going into their families and their homes to help them learn spiritual principles. That's just how the vision came. Okay. So if that's the vision and it's me. So it wasn't just me on a stage. It was also, that's the kind of work that I'm doing. It was an update. So once I started really going for it as a coach, I got this update of the vision. So it was like me speaking. This is wild stuff, right? Like it was me but instead of being on stage with the lights in my eyes and trying to see the audience, now I was Moses with spiritual principles. Moses is a fucked up dude, by the way, but he got faithful, God, he figured it out. Like I know how to get guidance from God now, 10, 11, and 12. I'm here to get guidance. So, and what I'm here to do is I'm here to teach all these people who are wandering in the wilderness how to have spiritual principles and live by them so they can have that guidance too. So they're not looking at me or anybody else, any other human being who's totally flawed for the answers. They're looking into their own heart. They're looking to their higher power. They're doing this work to get to the higher pattern, to be the best themselves, to get their ruminating head out of the way so they can be what they could be. And so now I had an update of like how that was going to take place. All right, Caleb, love you, buddy. Thanks for being here. And so now I got this diagram, and what the crux was. So when I did this work was, okay, 3 to 5 years, I'm on a stage, and I accepted. I was like, yep, I'm not even nervous about it anymore. I've come to, I was almost sick going on stage last night at Free, like ready to puke. But then I get up there and something happens. I get, just some part of me comes alive and knows how to do that. It always has, right? Like I'm this now. I just know how to do this somehow, and I'm getting better. Like there's a skill element there. I'm putting myself out in front. This is a stage, right? And I don't know how many people are going to watch this online, but hopefully a lot. So I'm going as hard as I can, like this was in front of a million people. And I'm taking each one of your lives, like all of you and your impact. I'm assuming that each one of you without the camera on is like totally dialed in, or that you'll come back and watch it again. Like that you're going to let this change your life. Whatever higher principle is working through me to you, you're going to get that and you're going to go. All right. So there's this huge update that happened for me. And I was like, okay, so in 3 to 5 years, that's where I will be if I continue to pray and meditate and do this AA thing and continue to grow my business. Like I'm going to be like totally sick if I don't do it because I'm feeling my feelings now. And I know it's excruciating to get in front of people, but it's worse to not. And I've done that experiment now. I've done so many other people's seminars thinking, oh, I need to learn more. I'm not ready yet. Fuck it at this point. I'm just like, okay, I'm good enough. I got things to add. I'm going to go get out there and add. And if you don't like any of this stuff, like, just take it. It's my opinions on all this stuff, right? So please don't let it take you away from the 12 steps or personal growth and development and leadership or religion. Like these are just my dumb things that work for me. And, and try them out. Don't trust me, test me. Okay. Don't trust any of this stuff. Test this stuff. Okay. So in 3 to 5 years, I know I'm going to be on stage. This was a couple years ago now, and this is a stage, right? So I know I'm going to be on stage. I know, it was like, what I would say to myself is I'm an arena filling coach. I'm an arena filling coach, speaker, and author. I'm an arena filling coach, speaker, and author. And I made this I am statement, which is very powerful because whatever you say I am and attach whatever else to, that's your identity. And the more you say it, the more your brain and your mind and your body listens and it goes, oh, that's who we are. Okay, cool. We're going to keep acting that way and we're going to treat that reality as this way. And so I'm a creator, right? God is a creator. I'm a creator, created in God's image, maybe, whatever, too religiously, whatever. But I agree with that. I think that that's actually true. And so I'm going to create. I'm going to, so I'm stepping into that. I have this I am statement. And now I did this work a year ago to say, okay, now what happens if it's a year? You have to do it in a year. Well, I was like, holy shit. Well, if it has to be a year, and all of a sudden it was like 3 to 5 ways to do that. I was like, yep, I get it. I could go on a bunch of podcasts. I could start spamming producers of those events. I could start, there's a bunch of different things. I could write a book. I could do a bunch of different things. Those were all pathways to go from being on stage in an arena filling coach, speaker, author, mentality to doing it in a year. So if I got to do it in a year, then you start to measure out of those 3 to 5 ways to 10x your life, to 10x your income, to 10x your impact, whatever it is that you want to measure. I was like, I think it's the book because the book I can send to people. The book I can give to people. The book that's what this is like, this is going to be on the internet for people to come and learn and get inspired and go do their thing, go to their promised land, right? To get you from in the wilderness of your life. You're out of slavery, but you're not in the promised land yet. You're wandering the wilderness. You need spiritual principles to get that guidance so you're not having to follow somebody else, that you can decide for you what works for you. And yeah, you might follow some people who are also strong leaders. Hopefully they're strong leaders, good leaders of what you want. And what you want is also, unselfish, it's loving, it's forgiving and it's got courage in it, that you're testing these things. Is that what I really want? Am I following leaders? Am I being a person who is a leader in that way? So all these things come together. And so that for me was the crux. It was like, I've talked about writing a book my entire life and now I'm doing it. And so what I did, this is literally what you're watching right now is the book. I'm going to put this all through, dictation. I'm going to edit it out and I'm going to add back in steps 6 through 9 because I wasn't able to get to that today. And, add a little bit more in about 10, 11, and 12. And that is how I'm 10xing my life this year in 2026. I'm going to be on big stages a year from now, and I'm acting as though it's already happened, and that's last tool. It's already happened. A year from now, it's 2027. Holy shit. What happened in this last year? How did you get onto that stage? Oh yeah, what happened in this last year? Holy shit, Zach, how did you get on to get to that thing that you wanted to get to? Well, shit, I guess, and this is a reverse engineering. Yeah, I had this great conversation with people. I put this thing out on the internet. I emailed all these people. I started DMing them because they answer their DMs live. A lot of these creators that you follow, people that you love, who you follow, they have a phone and they see the DMs that come through. If you want to interact with some of your favorite people on the planet, just DM them on social media. You can interact with them, right? And who knows? God knows they get a bunch of different crazy offers, but like, tell them something that you love about them, right? Something, right? Like, tell them, they inspired you. Okay, so all of a sudden, these things start to become reality, and so, back to this. What's your vision? What's your mission? Your mission is your purpose. We talked about that today, how to discover what your purpose is. If you had one thing to do that you couldn't fuck up, but that's the only thing that you could do, you're only allowed to not fuck up one thing, but you had to go all in. What would that thing be? I know for me, it's help as many people as possible to learn their own directional guidance system here on this life so they can have the life that they want inside and outside. They can have the tools. That's my mission that I'm on. And when I'm on that mission, that's the path to my vision. I get to feel really good. That's my values. I feel so valuable, right? I'm of service. Service is the highest level of value. I'm providing a lot of service. I feel connected and intimate. That infinity symbol. I feel I'm ready to grow, right? Those are my values, my standards. These are the things that I do. And what I do a lot is I measure. I go, where am I selfish, dishonest, resentful, and afraid? Where am I unselfish, honest, forgiving and courageous? Those are standards that I'm practicing all the time to help me see where am I falling short. Those are my standards. And notice that that's the part. Standards is that outer ring over there. That's from where I am now. Those are the four elements of my inner world: my actions, my emotions, my mindset, and my spirit. That's what I'm responsible for. My standards. You can have all those things dialed and you can be the best human being inside. But if you've got shitty standards or you're tolerating a lot of bullshit in your life, doesn't matter. You'll never stretch and grow into those impossible goals. All right. And so the strategy, so many people come to me asking for strategy. That's a lot of what we did today. Honestly, there's some strategy in it. But strategy is 20% of it. It's an 80-20. The 80% is psychology. It's your mindset. It's your worldview. What world am I living in? Okay. And so many people come to me and they don't have the right, and psychology is also, it has to do with your physiology. It has to do with your standards, right? So much of this right here, I don't have strategy unless I have standards. Right. So if I add in the strategy, if I could have the best strategy in the world, but if I can't get myself to go to the gym, right, I could hire $1 million trainer, but if I can't get myself to the gym, I can't get my gym shoes on because of my psychology. Well, that's what I got to work on. My psychology. And then if you have the right psychology, the strategy doesn't matter. You have the wrong psychology, the strategy doesn't matter. All right. So that's my call to action for you guys today, is to get after it, you beautiful people. Who is still on this call? Like, what are you doing here? Like, I cannot believe, like, you guys have got to have some amazing magic inside of you. And as we're all, I'm sure, rooting on the Broncos today, I just want to wish you guys the best 2026 that you could possibly have. That you have a loving higher power that's with you, guiding you, that will facilitate you in doing that. Every time you're confused, every time you're lost, every time you're lonely, every time you're feeling like you're losing, you turn to that thing and it's going to help you figure out the next thing. The next right thing is something that you can come up with and get around these communities. There's powerful people. The most powerful people I've ever been around are the people in the 12-step communities. More powerful and I've been in rooms with really powerful people. They do not impress me. Because a lot of them, they might have outward, cool stuff going on, but inward, it's very rare to find one of them who's really just amazing on the inside too. And so I want to just say thank you to you all. I see you guys blowing me up in the chat. I love you guys. Thank you for being here. And I want you to go and make this year the best year of your life. And if there's anything that I can do to help you, to serve you, please reach out. If you're an entrepreneur and you would love to have a chance to figure out, see what more coaching is about, you got a big idea about some of these things. If you want more one-on-one work, obviously holler at me, and I would love to, especially if you're a sober person, I'd love to work with, well, see about working with you and have a conversation with you. But if there's anything I can do for you in your sobriety, if there's anything I can do for you in your spirituality or in your service to this planet, I'm all ears and I'm here to help. I love you guys. God bless you guys. Happy 2026. Go Broncos.